Hi guys. Hey Drew. Well, I'm here. I didn't think I was going to be. Let's see if I can get to the video details. Yeah, we did okay. And I'm done with that. Anyway, I have some things to say. Some stuff went on. Hey Sapphire. So, oops, I gotta hit mute on that, otherwise I'm not gonna be able to handle that. There we go. Yeah, I had some issues. Friday, Sundays. Today's Sunday. Sorry. Saturday. Sorry, guys. That's okay, Drew. So there were some issues. Not in the chat. There were some issues that came up. I got hit literally with a hi Black Dragon, hi Drew, and hi Sapphire. Thank you for coming in. So I got hit Saturday morning, wee morning hours, with a energy weapon, direct energy weapon. It has been confirmed by a number of people I know and trust. I'm not going to say how I know. That's okay, Derek. Not worrying about it. There are things that I very much need to talk about. And one of the reasons why I got nailed with it was because I keep talking about the book. I keep talking about a number of factors, and I'm not going to stop talking. I will not stop talking. I will not stop talking about the ETs. I will not stop talking about my experiences. I will not stop talking about the book. You're not going to stop me. I told you before. I told the asshats before, I'm more dangerous dead than I am alive. You think I have abilities now? It will be nothing in comparison. So, hitting me with a energy weapon, making my skin burn, giving me problems with my eyes because of this energy weapon, having all sorts of unexpected medical issues, now that's going to stop. I'm working on that. I have other people that are working on that. I have called in the ETs, the good ones. No, this was psychic. It wasn't just spiritual. It was psychic. It was a direct energy. It's a very specific high frequency energy weapon. A very specific weapon, and I know the female that did it. Hey, Beth. Adventures with Beth. Welcome to my chat. I appreciate you coming in. This is typically opened up for you guys after any kind of after show, and this time I'm opening it for me because there are things that I need to talk about, and I didn't want to interrupt. It's not fair to interrupt a major show like that. That's just not okay. Hi, Shelly, come on in. Grab a cuppa. enjoy if you can. I don't know. I'm pretty upset right now. So I did a live. There's a few of you that are new in here. I did a live on technically, like, I don't know, I think it was like 12:15, 12:30, somewhere around there. Hey Param, how you doing? Hi Tam. And it ended up becoming a 5.5. And I'm gonna sneeze. Hang on a second, guys. Sorry. Excuse me. Anyway. Okay, now my stuff doesn't show that I'm even talking now. Can you even hear me now? Let me know. Thank you. Thank you. Let me know if you can actually hear me, because my microphone doesn't now. Okay, thank you, Shelly. I appreciate that. It's weird. Normally you get the little green lights at the bottom. It's not showing up now. Anyway, so Saturday wee morning hours. I'm on the Pacific coast. I'm on the west coast of the United States. So there's a number of you that are coming in that have never come in here before during the live. I'm in Washington State. So those of and I've had actual folks go, where the hell is that? So it's the west coast of the United States. I'm in the greater Seattle area, as I call it. Anyway, I am a psychic medium. I'm not using abilities tonight unless I am forced. So just an FYI, I'm not doing readings tonight. That's not what this is about. I'm a psychic medium, and I'm 55 years old, and I have been an ET abductee and contactee since I've been 2 and 3 years old, thereabouts. It's been a process, the entire experience. We can get into that later. But because I've been talking about my experiences, I have been repeatedly shadow banned, both on YouTube and on Facebook now. It's becoming more and more predominant. And Saturday morning in the wee morning hours, hey Bomber, Saturday morning, wee morning hours, we're all enjoying, there between 7 and 10 of us, I think, in the chat at the time. And I got nailed with, actually it was literally 4 feet away from me, and then they were testing me to see, and then I got nailed with it, with an energy weapon. I'm calling it a direct energy weapon, because I don't know what else to call it. It was super high frequency. And yeah, it was a long, you're saying, yeah, I was sleeping. I was still hearing Nikki in my sleep. Yeah, we ended up doing a 5.5 hour live, because not only did we have orbs coming through here, which were the good ETs, which was strange to me, but the good ETs were coming in doing in the orbs, which is typical and normal for them. The bad ETs do it too, but they usually have specific colors. These were white orbs. And the Sasquatch that come in here, they do not do orbs with me. They literally open a portal and walk right through. Always fun in the winter time when you've got a nice, cozy, warm home, and you get a 7, 9, or 12-foot tall Sasquatch opening up a portal, and it's like all of a sudden turns ice, and it's like, who's got the door open? And it's snowing up there, and you can smell the snow. Or you can smell the cave where they're at. Anyway, so I'm used to having a lot of paranormal, right? So we had the orbs, then we had what I'm calling the do energy weapon, and me getting nailed with it deliberately, and I managed to figure out it's a 4-person team. The head of it is a female. There's a male down below her, and then there's two others that are on the team. Do I honestly care if you believe any of this? No. That's been open for you for debate. These are my experiences. This is my life. It's been an interesting one, to say the least. And now I'm fighting again. Since 2019, I've had, I asked a question. Thank you, Shelley. I appreciate that. I asked a question of a retired high-up government agent. Asked the question, have you ever heard of a book? And no, why do you ask? Ufology book? No, why do you ask? Actually said, why do you ask, before he said no. And I've been threatened with legal action for talking. I've been, I've had a lot of issues since 2019 because of this book, because of knowing about it. Tom Whitmore on a show literally confirmed that there is a legendary red book in ufology that is known, but they don't know. It's a legend book. It's a book of legends, basically. Nobody knows if it's real or not. I've seen a frickin' book. Goddamn thing was that thick. I'm not joking. Nearly took two of us to carry it. And it has every, it had what I'm classifying as photocopies of every document on ufology since the 30s. I have a photographic memory, and yeah, it's not been fun. I've been attacked ever since I asked about that book, and this person said, have you ever seen the book out in public? And I said, I've seen pieces of the book out in public. And 4 days later, I get nailed. I have a 4-man military-style team come at me. And ever since then, my life has been topsy-turvy with it. And now we've got the frickin' dew energy weapon. So, yeah. I'm dealing with it. This happened wee morning hours of Saturday morning. Within 12 hours, I started having metal, the taste of metal in my mouth. I had the feel of metal across my entire body, along my skin. Felt like it was trying to come out of my skin. It was very painful. And then this morning, my skin started burning. It's a form of metal toxification, and I know how to deal with that. So I'm not backing down. I call them government asshats for a reason. They got their ass on their heads. Ass straight up, hole straight up out of their heads. Just an ass. That's how I think of them. Ass hat on the head. That's literally. Shooting out and spewing out the diarrhea out of their head. I'm going to be graphic. I don't care tonight. Sorry, folks. I won't do that all the time, but I'm not okay about this. I'm angry. this is probably not. Normally, I have a pretty positive show. I don't like to call these show. These are live broadcast. It's what it is. So anyway, yeah. See, I haven't had that. Beth, I haven't had the. I haven't done that. So yeah, we do have company. Big time. They're a little pissed that I'm not getting sick and that I'm not. I know how to deal with this shit. Thanks to somebody else that I am no longer in contact with, and they're, as far as I know, they're still alive. I know how to deal with this kind of stuff. Hey, lovey love, how you doing? Welcome. Come on in, have a seat. If you're not already sitting down, dear. Anyway, so yeah, it's antibiotics, by the way, not that. Okay, got it. Yeah, I don't even do. It's very rare that I even do antibiotics. I'm a girl that a gal. I'm not a girl. I'm a gal who does herbals and naturopathic things and alternatives and stuff like that, and only will use antibiotics at a last resort. So, yeah. One did it that way because when I was raising my kid, I literally saw so many families with kids where they were building up an immunity to the antibiotics. And their doctors, their pediatricians, were having to take the kids to higher dosages and different antibiotics. And then they would get antibiotic resistant to that. And they were constantly going up. And I'm just like, bullshit. I'm not doing that with my son. And I didn't. And we figured out how to, last resort for me too, Bomber, was the antibiotics. And that's how it should be. That's seriously, that's how it should be. But that's me. That's my opinion. I'm not a medical doctor. I'm not giving out medical advice. I'm telling you my experience and my family's experience. So I use food as medicine a specific way. Yes, I have my own health issues. Part of that is from what the ETs have done. Part of that is from other factors of what they started. And yeah, I get a little angry with them. But right now, I'm like, look, you guys want me talking about my experiences. You want me telling about different aspects of this. And right now, I can literally feel I have an ET protector right now. I can literally feel her. And I can feel her. She's on board a ship, but she's in a super high frequency, and she's in my room right now. I can't tell exactly where she's at, but I can feel her. And I can tell that she's in the Ethereal. And I just got told not to say any more in order for them to protect me. So, in other words, if it's needed and necessary, yes, I can. Para's just asking, can you identify what species of alien she might? Yes, I can, and I'm not going to say for her safety and for mine. So, yeah, it's yeah. Drew, who can blow stuff up? She can blow stuff up. Who? Me? Yeah, that I know I can do. I can do that with energy. I'm not like a fire starter. I'm not that kind of kinetic energy. I can manipulate water and electronics and stuff like that. And touch electronics and literally in higher consciousness fly through the wires and go right to a source. Not a joke. Been there, done that. Can identify actually a specific building that is not known as an FBI building that I found out was an FBI building because they were monitoring a specific, very well-known chat. And I got pissed off because they had 3 different people in there screwing with the chat. And I'm like, no. This is my community. You leave my community alone. And I got really pissed off. I touched my device that I was on at the time, and I literally, it was the first time that had happened. I mean, I've done other things, but that was the first time I was like, no, that's not okay. And I literally, and it's higher consciousness work. Don't classify me as a witch. Don't classify me as black magic or any kind of magic. This is all higher consciousness work. This is energy work. I have been in the last 4 years classified by different people. Oh, you're a white witch, or oh, you're a witch and you can do magic. And I'm not doing magic. I don't have anything to do with that. I have friends who do. That's not me. Okay? That is not me. I am not into, in this lifetime, I am not into magics. I was 1, 2, 3, 4 lifetimes ago. I'm not in, I haven't been into any of that. 3 lifetimes ago, 4 lifetimes ago. 3 or 4 lifetimes ago, because I'm still not 100% sure on the 3rd lifetime back. So I know I did extensive energy work back in that lifetime, but I can't classify that I did magic in that lifetime. So yeah, I'm not, matter of fact, I'm what people call a born again Christian, but I am a very different Christian. I've been called a heretic. I've been classified. I'm like shunned. I don't give a shit anymore. I have a mouth on me. I say the F word a lot. Do I believe in God and Jesus? Yeah, because I freaking talk to them. I've had them right in my room. I've had experiences. I've talked with Death himself. I've seen the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I mean, I could go down a long list of beings. I've had Michael the Archangel. I've used his sword in battle. No freaking joke. I've done different things. I've talked with different hierarchies. I've dealt with the Fae, the hierarchies of different parts of the Fae, different races of the Fae. I've had psychic experience. I've had all of it. I've gone down a huge gambit of things. I am not a witch in this lifetime. I am not a necromancer in this lifetime. I am me. I am a human being, and I am using higher consciousness and extreme energy work. That's what I do. So, and sometimes it's really hard for people to grasp that concept, because what I do to some people is they consider it magic. And I'm like, bullshit. Have you ever seen somebody use real magic? I have. It's very different in comparison to what I do. Granted, we all have different beliefs, and I'm fine with that. I don't have any big problem with it. So, and I'm glad you guys are chatting away. I'm catching some of this stuff. So I appreciate you all being in here. And now that I'm done with my spiel, yeah, Shelly, Nikki, what if you just want it to stop? It never stops. Okay, now here's something regarding energy. You can actually stop your own energy. Can you stop? You can minimize it. not necessarily stop it. Some people can actually stop it. Do you know how good you have to be to actually stop your own energy? I mean, like really freaking good at actually stopping it. Most people, what they do is they minimize their energy significantly. It doesn't ever actually stop. I've known people that it just goes and goes and goes, but they minimize it significantly. So it depends on where you want to be in your life, in your process, in your timeline. You can, if you're a medium like me, you can minimize your abilities. But if you learn to open up, if you learn to grow by various different ways, then you expand your knowledge base. The more you expand your knowledge base, instead of staying stagnant, if you stay stagnant and stuck, then you're going to start having a lot of negativity coming at you. You're going to have, you're going to repeat patterns, and you're going to have literally a lot of mental issues. If you have PTSD, certain things pick up more. A lot of PTSD, or what is it called now? CPTSD. I can't remember what the new terminology is, but with that, you can minimize some of that, not all of it. But if you are taught proper techniques, you don't have to be consistently reacting and overreacting and being constantly emotional. There are ways to go about healing yourself, and that takes professional counseling. With the right counselor, always interview for a counselor. Don't just go in blind. Ask, make up a list, create a list, go in and interview them. You're hiring them, interview them. I'm at the end of my awake stage tonight, friends. Thanks for the invite. Y'all, good night. Take real good care. Love you, love. Let's just realize. People are not supposed to see deceased people in someone's living room while talking on the phone with them, and it's a deceased priest speaking Latin. I don't understand. Oh, I have that kind of stuff happen all the time. Are you seeing them visually, or are you seeing them with your psychic eyes? There's a difference. Distinguish between the two. Derek, who are you calling Nicole? Sweet, exciting, Dr. Okay, why? Why what, sweetie? I think I missed something. Anyway, host SOR. Okay, got it. Did she come in? Derek, did she come in? Did I miss her? And I miss saying hello? If she was here, hi, Nicole. Love the show tonight. Or Marquise, hi. Or Dave, hi. Sending her the link now. Oh, okay. Not yet. Okay. Yeah, so look, if you have abilities and you're seeing, make the distinguish. I keep wanting to use, I'm trying to put two words together in my head and it's not working. My dyslexia is like mixing the words up. Sorry, guys. So basically, learn. Figure out how you visually see things. Figure out how you psychically see. Are you seeing it up here in your mind, or are you seeing it physically through your human eyes, or are you seeing it through your human eyes but psychic vision? There's a difference, folks. I see it in all ways. Oh my God, and it gets to be a hassle sometimes. Trust me on this. So, like, I had a 17-year-old deceased spirit from the late 1800s here, standing right in front. Well, actually, she was standing right there, right in front of me. And I was seeing her, my psychic mind, and then my psychic eyes. And yet, physically, I knew that she wasn't there. And I was like, wow, okay. It was a mind bender. And then she was communicating back and forth with me on a regular basis. I mean, it was, she had a lot to say. And she, oh my God, she's going to show up tonight. I can feel it. Somebody's going and getting her. Well, this is interesting. I didn't expect to have a lot of psychic experiences tonight, or mediumship experiences tonight. Anyway, yep, 13 in chat. Thank you for coming in. Please hit like, subscribe, and share. I got to get that in at least once during a live broadcast. As far as I can tell, I'm about as psychic as a brick. Any thoughts on how some folks have these abilities and others do not? Okay, in my opinion, everybody is born with psychic abilities. Has to do with how you're raised, how the eating, the type of foods and things like that, because you're also calcifying as you're aging. You're calcifying your, and I never say this gland right, so please forgive me. I accidentally once said penis, penile, and I still am not saying it correctly. So the pineal, there we go. Thank you. The pineal gland. And so, yes, exactly. But I try saying the wrong thing on live radio, terrestrial radio. Did that once. Oh my God, I went so many shades of red. The hosts, and there were two hosts and somebody else that was also with me, and oh my God, I went so many shades of red. It was the first time I had done that. And it was really interesting. Hey, Nicole, I'm glad you came in. So welcome. I'm Nikki, by the way. So yeah, it's there are reasons. I strongly believe that everybody's got different abilities, and you go on gut instinct. That's an ability. Nice meeting you too, dear. I'm glad you came in. So I usually open up my channel for when there's folks that want to do talking and chatting after whatever show is on. Usually after midnight. I don't do it every day, but after my lovely little experience on the wee morning hours of Saturday, some things had to be said. So, and I was geared up. So that's one of the reasons why this is on. And then all of a sudden, it just started accruing people, which is fine. Anyway, so yeah, hopefully that answered. Hopefully that answered your question. And I think I'm almost done talking, though. So, yeah, dealing with the pineal gland, dealing with decalcification, I'm not one to talk about that. I'm not an expert on that. There are a lot of people that that can speak on that a lot more clearly than I can. I'm more on dealing with, hey, Scott Rosen, come on in and have a seat and enjoy the ride. It's been a wild ride this past weekend, to say the least. So anyway, oh dear. He used bad words. Oh dear, bummer. Anyway, so yeah, I'm more about the dealing with the herbs and the alternative healthcare and that kind of stuff. So, yeah, like, subscribe, and share, please. Anyway, but I do want to say, if you have ET abductions and you don't know where to go, check out Misha Johnston. She's literally on Facebook as Misha Johnson. It's a Facebook issue. But I do have, I don't know if I've got, I don't know if I know I've got her link in here somewhere. Usually if I start talking about someone, I usually put their link in the chat. Misha, dear, where the heck did you go? Well, and if I don't have it here, then I'm going to have to do it in the comment section after we stop the live. And it might look like I'm going to have to do, oh, there's one, Linda Leslie. And our Keith Andrews. Come on, Misha. Where the heck are you, dear? Well, I had a whole list. Oh, well. Bum. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find her at a later time. And that's just kind of how that is right now. That's all right. C'est la vie. All right. So, do you guys have questions for me tonight? Which is usually what we do. We start off with a bunch of questions. And Para is really good with the questions. Para and Derek. Shelly, so Nikki, tell me more about what's happening. Okay. What kind of so got it. Good. What do you want to know? Are you following what's going on with Grush? Are you following what's going on with Susie Hansen, who is based out of New Zealand? Paul and Cyan Hamden were just on with Dave this past week. Check them out on his channel, and then check out their channel on the Zeta Connection. I used to be known as the Information Lady, and for damn good reason. So I could talk a blue streak on a lot of different subjects. You've witnessed a tic-tac with me. Well, like I talked about earlier, you're barely following. Hey, Susie, how you doing, girl? It's good seeing you in here. I'm barely following what's going on with myself. So, yeah, with me, I am fighting the government asshats again. Was hit with a dew energy weapon on the wee morning hours of Saturday morning. during a live broadcast. You'd have to go back in on 8/26 is what it's listed as to find that. You don't see the weapon, but you see my reaction to it. It was 4 feet away from me at the time, and they were my psychic abilities. Then I started picking up. They actually hit me with it a few minutes later. I could hear them talk. I could hear the asshats talking to each other. It was originally a man, and then the second one I found out that the female was the one that was in command of it. It was an extremely high energy, a frequency weapon. So I'm working on eliminating that shit out of my body in the last 24 hours. I'm too tired to punch anything with my ability, says Andrew. Yeah, I understand that. That's how I was after being up doing a. So basically, that day I ended up doing almost 8 hours worth of live broadcast. I did 2 broadcasts. I did a 2 hour and 40 minute, and then later on I ended up doing a 5.5 hour, which was not my intention. It was only, I try to only do 2 hours for these late night ones. And that didn't work out that night. And actually, I'm glad that when I'd gone live, I'm very thankful that people were in the chat that they had witnessed, excuse me, my reaction to it, and then witnessed my reaction to the ETs trying to take me, and me fighting them. I have 3. Okay, so the ones that have come in that don't know this, I'm 55 years old. I've been an ET abductee since I've been 2 and 3 years old in that time frame. And I've got a gigantic plethora of memories. I'm a psychic medium, and I remember 100 lifetimes so far. I'm just now starting to say I remember more than that because I remember 100, and I'm starting to remember 101. A few months ago it was 99, so now we're at 100. Yeah, Susie B, that was a crazy. Yes, it was, girl. Yes, it was. It was a really crazy night. So, and as you can see, I've got over here in the corner, I've got a big tiger's eye sphere and a amethyst. The picture here is a minute painting of one of my hybrid children. I've got 26 hybrid children. And he has Caucasian skin, but a blue-green overlay. It's transparent overlay. And when they become adults, they literally look like they're Caucasian. But it's kind of like a morphing. They can morph that color. So when they're not trying to cloak themselves as a human, and have Caucasian skin, then they can be natural and normal, and their natural normal color is this blue green kind of color. And I was going to say all my children have blue eyes, but that's not true. I just remembered, I was like, wait a minute, that's not right. Most of my children have a specific color of blue eyes. They're very unusual blue eyes. And I'm a hazel eye. So my eyes, I think Nikki is being monitored regularly. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Yeah, honey, you have no idea how true that is. Ever since 2019, I mean, government has, look, they've been monitoring me my entire life, but really, the deep, deep government, they've been ever since 2019 and ever since I talked to that retired agent asking them about that damn book. So, Paramar, do you think this was a one-time visit from your government friends, or do you think it's an active, ongoing monitor? Honey, they've been monitoring me intensely since 2019. Ever since I asked an agent about a retired agent about the book, and 4 days later, I was attacked, and I defended myself. And ever since I defended myself a very, very specific way, they literally came at me the following day, because how I protected myself. The man cannot work anymore. The head guy of the 4-man team that literally attacked me cannot work anymore. He will no longer be a psychic, because I defended myself a specific way. I did not know what I was doing at the time, and he got everything I got at that given moment in time. Only I'm much more stronger now. Actually, I'm a hell of a lot stronger now, and I know how to control it. I didn't know how to control it then. Yes, have they ever? So Para's asking, have they ever tried to recruit you to work with them? Yes. So the second night, so on the fourth day after I had spoken with that agent, with that retired agent, government agent, the fourth night after I had talked with him and asked about this book is when I got attacked. The night after that, so on the fifth night, they came back at me and said, we want to know how you did that. How did you do that? And I literally heard them telepathically, because it's part of my training from the ETs. Only I didn't realize it at the time, that that's what was happening. I literally heard them trying to keep their thoughts quiet to themselves and not talk in their head, and I literally heard it. And not only did they want me to come in, they wanted me to be like their star person with what they were doing. And they wanted me to train them in how I was doing what I was doing. And I went, fuck you. And I said, no, you can't get me to do what you assholes do. You guys are doing something so perverse, so twisted, so maniacal, so vicious, that you're doing this to heads of state. You're doing this to presidents of countries. You're doing this to your own military. You're doing this to your own agents. Are you fucking kidding me? Why would I want to come and work for you doing this? There are things that I would be interested in doing. There are things I will absolutely frickin' not do. Cold day in hell. And as a matter of fact, I've even said, and I'll read the chat in a minute. So that was on the fifth day. And I could hear the three of them wanting to figure out how I did this. How did I protect myself the way I protected myself? Well, they kept the freaking link open. And the psychic link. And I didn't know it at the time, but that's how I protected myself. And I didn't, like I said, I didn't know what I was doing. I know what I'm doing now. And when I get attacked, I will protect myself. And I've literally, like about a month ago, I said, do you want to pay me for doing something? I want $300 million. no strings attached with it, taxable, untaxable, no taxes attached to it whatsoever. There are stipulations, and I will be talking to an attorney, and yeah, you want me to do certain things, I want 300 million. I'm not joking about that, but yet at the same time I am. Because I know they're not going to do it. But what have they done? They've done the frickin' do weapon. So yeah. Do I care if people agree with me? No. I don't care anymore. There are things that I do care about. But and people have their own abilities to make decisions about what they want, what they believe in. I get that. That's fine. I'm tired of staying quiet, and I'm going to talk about my stuff. And they're not going to stop me anymore. I'm done. I'm done being quiet. I'm done staying in the psychic closet. I'm done staying in the ET abductee closet. That's bullshit. If it wasn't for a number of people in 2018 and 2019 who consistently encouraged me to come out and talk about my abductions, and really started working with me regarding energy work, and I'm not talking training me, I'm talking actually had me in the etheric field doing psychic ethereal work. I mean, like hardcore work. I've been in hand-to-hand combat in the etheric. I've done extensive work. I've worked with different teams. Um, I'm not backing down. The other side knows that. I've got a hell of a reputation on the other side, where it's like, you screw with people, you know what? There are consequences for that with specific kinds of souls. There are other kinds of souls that will not have those consequences because it's almost like a free pass to them. Do you know how high of a soul you have to be to get to that stage of a free pass? There's no real free pass is not the correct terminology. I know that. But it's no, I'm not dropping my price. Paris says if they're going to fire a do at me, a direct energy weapon, I might drop my price to 150 million. No way. I'm not dropping that price. Do you know what they've caused me? Are you freaking kidding me? That is compensation for the crap that they've done. And there are people in government who are coming out, who are, what's the word? Gosh, I can't think of what it's called, what he's doing right now, whistleblowers that deserve 300 million for what the hell they're going through. I mean, you know, but so do I. I mean, they've known, government has known about this since the 1930s, not the 1940s, the 1930s. We're 91 years into this. I've seen the frickin' book. I've got a photographic memory. Do I remember absolutely everything? If I allow myself to, yeah. Do I have a padlock on those? Yeah, it's not a padlock. I've been taught and trained how to protect those memories. They still can't access them, and they're still trying to access them. And interestingly enough, about 2 weeks ago, I made a public statement. Whistleblowers, yes, thank you, Bomber. Yeah. I made a public statement about 2 weeks ago regarding if you come after me again, no holds bar, gloves are off. I am at my third time of saying I'm done. I'm not just walking away. I will come after your fucking ass. I'm that done. So, is it a threat? You're threatening me. You're the ones who are attacking me. I didn't ask for this shit. You're the ones who are doing it. I will defend myself. And I have every legal right to defend myself. I have every ethereal right. My soul has a right to defend itself. My physical body has a right to defend itself. You pulling this kind of shit on your own citizens? Are you freaking kidding me? Yeah, I'm pissed. I'm really angry about this. This is not okay. Do I know how to counteract the physical side of it? Yes, I do. Shelley, I was told I was a lab rat. Yeah, I've been there. One of the races of ETs has used me as a lab rat. Try as a child having, the only way I can describe it is like a metal ball gag put in your mouth and the roof of your mouth shattering because they want to enlarge it. Yeah. I understand being a lab rat. Those are the kind of memories that I get very angry over. And then I have really good memories, such as holding my infant daughter in what's known as the circadian rhythm bonding chair. Seeing my son, he's no longer in my womb. He's literally in a container because they have them in a container as they gestate, because that's how that specific race of ET does their stuff. I'm not freaking crazy. These are my experiences. This is what I've gone through. People can't handle that, then move along. I get it. I get it. Was I always like this? No, I never talked about it. There are certain races. Okay, so Para is asking, saying, please note this may sound rude. It is not intended to be, but why are the ET stepping in to protect you from the government? Have they expressed why? Is it loyalty to you for your work with them? Very, very good question, Para. Very, very good questions. What I know is that they have insisted the last 3 to 4 years, really intensely insisted, that I talk about my experiences. The funny thing is that I wasn't ready. I was not ready. I mean, I was ready. I was already talking about it, but I wasn't ready to do my own thing. I was comfortable and ready to be in a group. And I did the group 2018, 2019, and part of 2020. And then I was like, I'm out. Group is no more. Actually, a very well-known group. Very well-known group. And I honestly don't know what happened and why they stopped, but I'm done. I know why I was done. I have no idea why they were. Do I keep in contact with certain members? Yeah. Or former members? Yes, I do. Shelley, keep talking. Exactly what I was told to tell everyone to do. They are coming back. Bomber. I remember the punchline. First time I heard it, sometimes worse. Yep. So here is what I have been consistently told. They want different pieces of information out. And I've talked about different pieces of information publicly. I've talked about it on the live broadcast with the group. Many different sections of it. And they were insisting that I have my own, that I needed to do something on my own to where it was just me talking. That has been a consistency. Then it came down to where I kept, and I had humans, I had many friends who were telling me, and many members of the group who were telling me, you need to do some kind of channel and talk on a regular basis. I was like, yeah, okay, I'm not ready. And I kept saying, I'm not ready, I'm not ready, I'm not ready. And it finally took a major push to get me to do this. June of 2022 is when I started this channel. And funny enough, the name came from the other side. The word restore, the word belief actually comes from beyond eclectic lifetimes and intuitive energy fields. This is what I do. I am extremely eclectic. I have been all my life. We're going beyond the lifetimes. So you're dealing with beyond eclectic lifetimes. I've always been eclectic in almost every one of my lifetimes. And we're dealing with psychic energy fields. Well, another word for psychic is intuitive. So that's how that came about. And the other side lost their ever-loving freaking mind over it. They were like, yes, that's the one. You got to quit working on the name. This is what. And it's interesting because they're the ones that gave me different sections of the name. So at different points in time. And wow, when it hit and it came together, it was like, that's it. And that's what the word belief stands for. So it's literally restore beyond eclectic lifetimes and intuitive energy fields. It's restoring belief, literally. We need to have consciousness open up again. Yeah, Paris says, so it sounds like they want to protect you so that you can continue to speak on their behalf, correct? Yes. Yeah, Tim says, who else has got the tinfoil? That's pretty much it. I mean, it's not just speaking on their behalf, though, Para. Basically, the information that they were telling me, for example, okay, for example, the situation with the, sorry, brain fart. I can picture it. I just can't think of I can't get the words from my head into my mouth. The situation with the sun and the coronal mass ejections that are going to be happening. They are still working on the different races have come together. They're still working on trying to figure out how not to make this happen. There are two, solar flares, Bomber. There are two solar flares. Thank you, Tim. Love you guys too, very much. And when I say that, I mean it. I mean it from my heart. And if I said it and didn't mean it, man, you would be able to feel it. You would know it. It's not fake. So just know it's not fake. I love and care about you guys. And we are a community that needs to stick together and stick towards the positive instead of the negative. A lot of the things that I've talked about are the negative aspect of things. We've got to, as I say, flip that script. Flip the script, change the negative to the positive. Why do you think I'm still talking? I believe in those of us, I strongly believe in those of us who have experiences. We need to talk about them. And we need to talk about them publicly. We need to let the general population who is like, oh my God, it's so bullshit, and oh, it's this and bull. If you've been dealing with it all your life, it is incredibly disrespectful for them and to do that upon this community. Incredibly disrespectful. But that is how society is trained. We are training our children to not believe. If we trained our children the way the ETs trained their children, and this is why they wouldn't allow me to bring my third to last child on this planet. They didn't want the humans to raise him. They wanted him learning their ways and their methods. And I understand that. But it pissed me off because, man, did I physically fight for my kid. And of course, you're on a, how do you think you're going to get off the ship, Miss Nikki? You're carrying a child. We put you on here. How do you think you're going to get off the ship? All I wanted to do was, fuck you. I want my child. I'm taking my child with me. You can't. Yeah. I was not happy. Yeah, I was not a happy mama. I'm like, I'm taking my baby and I'm getting the hell out of here. Get me the hell off of this ship. And, you have a, 8-foot tall Laborian who is the equivalent of a furry, naked man that looks like a leopard that is 8 feet tall. And your head pops back, and as your head pops back, you feel fur there, and you're like, oh yeah, you're covered in fur, and it's short fur, and it literally looks like a leopard. And shapeshifter. So yeah, I've got experiences with all different kinds of races of ETs. And they're, he's like, you need to calm down. Like, you're not gonna fucking calm me down. And you know what's gonna happen if you don't calm down. So yeah. Yeah, it's true even for those who don't realize it yet. Bomber, there are no coincidences. No, there's not. It's really, and I know I'm really intense tonight. And you guys know I'm not normally intense. I'm riled up because of what the shit these people, humans, are doing. And they're doing it to their own citizens. That's what pisses me off, people. And not just to their own citizens, they're doing it to other people across the globe. I mean, I have a pretty hefty ethical side to me. This is where that comes into play. And they're making wrong judgment calls. Their ethics are severely screwed and skewed and effed up. I used to have a loved one who had the credentials, and I mean, we're talking really freaking high credentials. He's now deceased. He was taken out by a bomb. And I don't think I've ever said, oh, yes, I did, back in 2019, 2020. I think I said it in 2020. Anyway, he was taken out by a bomb. A different country wanted him dead, and he'd been going from country to country and government had him with all different kinds of names and passports and keeping him safe and blah, 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 because of what he did and who he was and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, and the fact that we came together, and the fact that he taught me and trained me in staying protected and telling me different pieces of information that does not fall into the what is it, the whatchamacallit Act. Can't think of the name of it. But I have been consistently told, because anything he told me did not have to do with, he was like, oh yeah, this stuff can be easily found online. You know, I mean, it blew me out of the water. There were things that he told me that I honestly, I didn't believe him. I poo-pooed him. And then I'd get psychic hits on information, and I was like, oh my God, he's right. I mean, it blew me out of the water. And so I just oh, this is interesting. Hang on a second. I need to go back up and check. So I wasn't told anything. Your intelligent moment was blocked. Well, Tim, email me. Restore belief. Here's the email. If you're blocked again, because you got blocked again yesterday, there's the email. I don't understand that. Anyway, it's just there's a lot of different things. I gotta type that in here because I don't understand. Brain is not connecting with things. Oh, now I get it. Oh my God, you guys. You started a song. Okay, now I get it. Holy shit. Okay, it took me a moment. I was like, wait a minute, what the hell is that? And when I put it together, I was like, oh, that's what that is. Anyway. So yeah, I mean, there are things that can be done to protect yourself. There are things that you can do, and just keep talking. Yeah, I knew we lost her. Yes, you did, Beth. I was like, what the hell is that? That's why I had to type it out. I was like, oh my God, it's a song. Oh my God, Billy, Billy, I got your number. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. That's okay. My song right now has been Vicious by Hailstorm, because these MFers kicked in my vicious side. And I never used to say I had a vicious side. Not until I started dealing with them. So, yeah. He's an angel in here to tell Nikki something. Who's an angel? don't even know what MiLab really is. Military lab. MiLab. It's yeah, I've been blocked too. Okay, I gotta scroll up. There's other things going on in this chat. I gotta find out what the heck is going on. Giggle once in a while. No coincidences. Yep. No. Oh my god. That's funny. Okay, so Paramarv. Yeah, I wanted to finish up about the solar. If you're still here, I don't know if you're still here. We've lost 5 people, so I don't know if you're still here. But yeah, okay. You're still here. So regarding the solar stuff, the C.M.Es, the coronal mass ejections. So that's really it started long before the coronal mass ejections, but that's really where you have more questions. Of course you do, sweet. Sorry, my knuckles are needing to be popped. They're starting to bother me. Of course you do. Ask your questions, dear. Get them out so that we can then go through them. Um, and that's fine. That's what I. That's you're here. Let's ask some. Okay, I gotta have to move that. That's my ginger. Eating raw ginger. Paramarv is the man. Yeah. Um. So. Uh, Somebody's got a sense of humor tonight. Anyway. So anyway, so yeah, they're not using. I won't allow them to use me as a mouthpiece, but I will allow them to use me when it concerns very specific pieces of information, such as the coronal mass ejection. There's one that the human scientists know about. And like in the last 3 years, I've really stopped using us versus them. I started using the terminology humans versus, or humans and ETs. Um, my language has changed, and it's changed for dang good reason. I'm learning so much that I'm very frustrated by the fact of, if we trained our children about what's really out there, out in our universe, and I mean in the ways that the ETs do, we are so against each other for color, for race, for sexuality. There's so many different things we go after each other. How can we expect to accept other races that are in our galaxy, other um, beings, other races, other beings in our galaxy, if we're going to be constantly at each other's throats in our own humanity? We need to stop the negativity and flip the script to the positive. Um, yeah, stop nitpicking at each other. That's exactly it, Hera. We need to train our children to be further than we are. And what is going on is that government and those in authorities across the globe are they're polarizing things. Thank you. Somebody just I was going to say something different, but the word polarizing popped into my head. It's not my word. It's the other side's word. Um, and yeah, it's very polarizing. And um, It's being done deliberate to dumb down society, to decrease the population. We all understand that, but yet at the same time, it goes into more than that. And we're so involved at being at each other's throats that it's picking up negative energy and going across the globe with it. If you've noticed, prior to 2020, it was picking up about 5 years, 6, 7 years before that. Really, 5 years before that. And then it just exploded after 2020. And now we're in a whole different dynamics. And wow. And you've got so much garbage going on. That it's very detrimental, and it's being fed. Everybody's kind of feeding off of each other, and we've got to, like I say, flip the script, go from the negative to the positive. So not Shelley, bummer. Nikki, what just happened? What do you mean, what just happened, hun? I did not text it. He. Yeah, potentially. Dave needs a break. I remember him talking like 3, 4, 5 years ago that he needed a break and he wasn't able to get it. He's got a good team now where he can get a break. It's important to do that. It's really important to do that. So I'm on Wednesdays, somewhere 12:15 a.m. in the morning. Well, technically, I guess it's Thursday morning. 12:15 a.m. Pacific time. And so that's technically Thursday. I don't know. I might do Tuesday night, Wednesday night this week, and then maybe Friday. I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling. But yeah, and we're at an hour and 22 into this. So the ETs, yeah, they want me to talk about my experiences. They want me to, they know I'm typically a very positive person. And that's a really big deal. They really want me talking about consciousness. And I've repeatedly, oh, thank you. I've asked this one earlier, so I'll add it again to save you some. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. So yeah, there's just some things that they want to be talked about. Anyway, Sapphire. I'm still newish over there, settling in. Modders from other shows brought me over. Yeah, that's very true, Tim. Some need break more than others. Yeah. If you see light flashing over here, it's because my TV is on and something pops up, something on the Google screen and some new picture, and sometimes it's brighter, sometimes it's darker. So it's going to make these that have a specific kind of paint in them to glitz, so or shine differently. So anyway, I know who needs a break. Oh, fighting each other, but they're having us fight each other to keep us from looking around the world to see what is really going on. Yes, I completely agree with that, Black Dragon. Shelley, see, that's where I completely disagree. And that's quite all right. We can be in complete disagreement and we don't have to fight about it. And that's the thing. I mean, people are taught and trained to fight about it, and that's quite all right. I'm not going to go, oh my god, thumb screws. That's not me. Drama is not my forte. Amen to him. I freaking completely agree with that. Drama is ridiculous. It's unwarranted. That's why this kind of stuff was drama. And when I do this, I'm specifically talking about the way that the negative ETs came in, the way the do energy weapon was done. All of that is drama. I despise drama. I don't need it in my life. But I understand, Shelley. I understand your point of view. And Shelley was saying, I don't want to know things. It's not right for us to know things and see. And I respect that. I mean, I completely disagree with it, but it's your viewpoint, and you have a right to your viewpoint, just like I have to mine. And that's quite all right. But that allows us to have a conversation. And see how I grew up. My mother and my grandfather, her father, would sit at the dinner table, and everything was political and always a fight. Oh my God, the yelling between the two of them. It would start in, and it's like you could never have a conversation. Just, well, not never. That's not correct. I'm rolling my eyes because even I caught myself on that one. That's not correct. There were many things that they did agree on, but there were some very strong, potent things that they definitely did not agree on. One of them was China. Oh my God. Conversation of China in the country of China, in my mom's house or my grandfather's house. Oh my God. That was like, come in, slit your wrists at dinner time. I mean, it was bad. It was a bad experience having that kind of, one person was for one thing, another person was for something else. And God help you if you were a kid, because you're like, but I don't believe either what one of you are talking about. I believe this. But you couldn't have a voice because you had to know every fine, minute detail of every, even as a kid. And as a teenager, it was a little bit different. There were things that I could talk about, and I wouldn't get yelled and screamed at, but, well, I can't say yelled. Loud voices. It wasn't quite yelling. We weren't at the table yelling, but it was quite loud. And so it made things very difficult. You can't have an open conversation if somebody is yelling or very, very, very loud. And it's just like, whoa, because there is a difference between very, very loud and yelling versus screaming. There are many different levels. So, yeah, I mean, I get it. I like having conversations with people, and I like going, okay, well, that's your opinion. This is my opinion. We're going to agree to disagree, and that's okay. But we can still have a conversation. And that's something that I very much appreciate in people. So, I'm allergic to drama. Yeah, I agree. That's where I'm at too, says Parva. Um, um, oh, yeah. Okay. So I know what we're talking about here, I think. Yes, as Beth says, opinions are welcome as long as yeah, and you can have an open conversation. I totally agree with that. You just got to be respectful of each other. Oh, Sapphire turns up volume to maximum. Rainstorm is pelting down. Finally, we need the water in the tanks. Yeah, I understand that. We've been having fires in Washington State and in Oregon, and man, we've had uh, the smoke here has been not pleasant. It hasn't been as bad as last year. Last year we were at 90 degrees, 92, 95 degrees, and not being able to open a single window in the evening time for cool air, and your home environment was miserable. They had so many places to go for those that didn't have air conditioning. It was really, really bad for a lot of folks. So I'm very thankful it's nowhere near as bad as that. Okay. Save me some picking each other. Going back up in checks, I could have sworn Para had some questions that, and it doesn't look like they posted. So, well, that's okay. Yeah, I do. Sapphire says, "Hugs, Nikki. I hope everyone is okay. We've been through some scary wildfires here in the country of, yeah, in Australia. A few years, we came close to losing it all." Yes, I remember that. I had a friend who was, yeah, you guys had it. You guys had it bad. So I understand. Um, oh, it's about what happened the other night with the mods. It's certainly a conflict of interest. Tough part about being a mod, can't always share openly any personal opinion that might put host. Yes, I do. Tim says, "God bless." Tim, are you leaving or are you sticking around? Um, Shalom, I know. Pickly bind. Oh my god. But actually, I haven't had a pickle in a while. Num num num. Gotta have the good stuff. Love Clausen, but I know there are others out there that are tastier. So, um, you don't want to be a mod. I can understand why. It makes things tough, Tim. It does. Um, I this is my first time as being mod, and I very much appreciate it. But I haven't done it. I had first week actually, and I thank Dave for it. It's I've been listening for 5 years, and I get it. I get it. So, and mods come and go too. That's the other thing. I forgot. Don't argue with children. Yeah. Right. Taking who down? The message of rando. Oh, random. Okay. They hounded me all day and went ballistic in chat, calling me out everywhere. Tried taking him. Um. Okay, I'm picking up on energy on a couple of you. You guys must be tired. I can feel it. There's a couple of you in here, and I'm not going to say who's who, but just be sure you get in some water tonight, okay? Um, that goes for all of us. As I sit here with my iced tea, um, and I need to start drinking. Derek, I'm wide awake, baby. Yeah. Tonight I might have some vodka. I might go in and get some peach vodka. Go, okay, it's been a night. Or I might make myself a blueberry daiquiri or blueberry smoothie daiquiri. I don't know. We'll figure something out. After the bots, most of the time when I work, I can't pay attention to chat plus. Yeah, makes it hard. Derek is channeling his inner Katy Perry. Oh, that's sweet. I like Katy. Of course, I am extremely eclectic in my entire life, and music is definitely one of them. I like almost all of it. I can't stand acid metal, but and there goes the TV again. Um, yeah, I hear you. I hear you. And that's why I don't do anything online. I mean, seriously, um, I don't have credit cards. I don't do anything online because of issues. I mean, I am a cash in hand person, and that's how it is. Um, it's I know it's simple and easy and all of that, and um, it's not my thing. So I've got certain people that I go to and say, "Hey, here's the cash. Can we do this?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, I can't this week, but I can the following." And I'm like, "Okay." So, um, so if I want to buy something, that's how I do it because I will not. I'm not doing the online stuff. Um, anyway, and it keeps me safer, especially now with all this BS going on with the deep government bullshit crap that they're pulling. Um, I'm not repeating that, Derek, because I don't want to get nailed for copyright infringement, because those are lyrics to a song. But I agree. That's a great song, too. Um, I like this. Yeah. Excuse me. I've been known to do that to help, you know. Um, that, and I got a computer whiz kid that helps me. Hey, Sandra. How you doing, lady? How's that little one of yours? That grand little one is how I should say that. How you doing? What's going on in your life? I haven't talked to you in a long, long time. Um, you don't have to deal with bots. Yeah. Yeah, periodically the bots will hit that chat, and man, Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. I'll put her in prayers. Oh, I'm serious. I'm sorry. That's kind of a wow. Um, as a matter of fact, I'm going to be silent for a moment because I want to do that now so that I don't forget, which will then reiterate to me before I go to bed, too. So hang on 1 second, guys. Keep talking in chat. I'm going to do my thing here for a minute. Sandra, I keep seeing the color blue. What's with the color blue around the little one? I don't understand that. Things are usually white. Like linens are white, blankets are white. What am I seeing? I can't. I'm sorry. I was in mid prayer and I literally all of a sudden saw blue. I was like, "What the hell is that?" Um, I have no idea what that means. All I saw was the color. Anyway, I'm going to try this again. Be right back. One moment. Oh, I wonder if that was it. Well, maybe it's something to do with that action. And somebody watching you and letting you know that they were watching you do it. That's very possible. Although I'm not hearing anybody say anything like that, but that actually would make a lot of sense to me, though. Okay, well, I'm not picking up anything. All I got was the color blue. Damn. Okay, hang on a second. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, my son was like that. I know what that's like. Yeah. She's gotten so big. I've been on your posts. Uh, wow. I mean, tall big, not big, big, but tall big. I was like, wow, that kid's grown. So that's really cool. But that'll help me to remember to keep her in my prayers. So I'll do that. Anyway, anybody got any questions? Let's see, I don't have anything else blue on anything. I don't have any other messages. I don't have. I bet it somebody was watching you at the time. Had to have been one of your family members because nobody. Yeah, just heard, yeah. That's all I got. Okay, well, that's interesting. Okay, now, my tummy's starting to growl. And while I'm here, I'm going to get my organic piece of ginger and peel it and have it while I'm on here. So, um, just having fun keeping the mood light. It's good practice as a default to blame Derek generally. Oh, come on. Don't blame Derek. What'd he do? Oh, God, I hate it when I do that voice. Sorry, guys. um, so, we're at 144. What would you what would you guys like to chat about? Now, Para had some questions, and he never got back to me as to what the heck they were. Or if he did, they didn't frickin' show up. Derek, you usually have questions. Did you have any more? Someone's creating a song. Peel, peel, peel. I've got to do this very thinly. Anyway, so for those that are new and still listening in and haven't gone to bed yet, Is there anything else that you want to know about me, from me? Oh, dear God, no. Excuse me. Tim, I've got to be very careful what I say about that specific individual. I can't. No. I'm not. Ah, it's very. Come on, why won't you cut? Thank you. Okay, so I got my piece of ginger. Yay. What do you do? What do I do for fun? Well, I used to go hiking and camping and fishing and used to love dancing. I haven't done that in many, many years. Um, I love arts and crafts. Um, I have been a seamstress, so I'm not the kind of seamstress that, um, uh, oh my God, Miss Sandra is. I'm not that kind of seamstress, but because she's hardcore professional seamstress. I like hardcore folks. Um, Lady knows her business. Um, and hell, she should. I'm not going to out her unless she outs herself. But yeah, woman knows her stuff. Um, so, but I've been sewing since I was a young teenager. Mom taught me, and I've done. I don't know. You can see an old floral. I used to do floral decorations. Um, Used to do Borgello, um, quilts, um, crochet. I used to do needlework. I used to do those. To me were fun at the time. Now it's just work. Um, and that and my hands don't hold up anymore. So things for me that are fun, really, really fun, is traveling. Um, Getting the hell out of Dodge, getting the hell out of Seattle, um, getting out of the local area and going to a different section of the state. I miss traveling out of state. My favorite places are the beach. Um, that's where I'm happiest. Is the beach or in the forest. Um, Open water. Well, not open water, but Puget Sound. I love Puget Sound. Um, I love things that will teach me, things that will like good quality energy work. Um, Sorry, I had that raw ginger all over my fingers now. Um, so I love doing that kind of stuff. The other thing I love, oh my God, and I haven't been able to do this in, I don't know, 8 years, is to be able to have 3 or 4 speakers in like surround sound and have music blaring. I love concerts. I love live concerts. Oh my God. Um, I do all kinds of art, everything from this to, I used to do oil paintings. Um, yes, Sapphire is correct. He's saying, I bet Nikki is a witch in the kitchen too. Yeah, I used to bake my own bread. I used to make my own tortillas. Back in the day, I made almost everything from scratch. Um, so yeah, I was, what is it? It's not called a survivalist. What the hell do they call it now? Um, I was very much into grow your own food. Um, plant your own farm, raise animals. I was very much into a lot of that kind of stuff. Homesteading. Yes, thank you. That is the word I was looking for, Beth. It was driving me nuts. I used to use that word all the time, and it's been so many years since I've been out of that. I grew up where my mom and my aunts, my great aunts, taught me how to how to make jams and jellies. My great uncle taught um, winemaking, not beer making, but like blackberry wine, dandelion wine, homemade elderberry wine, just real, oh my god, strawberry wine. I think he made one batch of strawberry wine, and he decided that blackberry and elderberry were his thing. After So he went from the strawberry to the dandelion to the um, blackberry, then to the elderberry, and he went back to the blackberry, and then back to elderberry. And blackberry and elderberry were his thing, and oh my god, he made the most divine blackberry wine. Ah, my great uncle. And so, and he was a blacksmith. Loved my great uncle. He was a blacksmith by trade, and did a lot of different things. And then his brother, my other great uncle, was a master woodworker. Um, and so I grew up around these very, very talented men. The other uncle, he carved by hand. He made wood jewelry with abalone seashells embedded into the wood. He'd make fine detailed items. He made a cowboy hat. He used to go to woodworking shows, and he made a cowboy hat, and literally handcrafted it. It's a divine hat, and he wore it. He made 4 foot tall hand carved birds, and they're like, I'm not joking. They're this big around. I've got 2 of them, and they're on pedestals. And oh my, um, um, oh, I've never had blackberry port. Sandra, that sounds wonderful. Um, Sapphire would totally geek out with Nikki. Gosh, I'm so domestic sometimes. Bomber sounds delicious. Oh my god, so much in common. This is crazy. Uh, Tim, look up Mike Danskin photo. Search for an interesting time. Sapphire, arty, crafty, farmy folk stick to, yeah. Like, oh my god. And now I'm staying here for a while, and Mama Elf needs my help. I want to. Throneless blackberry shrubs for the tan retaining wall. Yeah, raspberries. Yeah, I used to grow raspberry. Oh god, I used to grow all kinds of stuff. I used to have 25-foot tall fennel plants. Not a joke. I have all kinds of pictures. Para, can you see my post here? Yes. Wasn't early. Oh my god, that one's spicy. That's more spicier than the other ones. Holy crap. Sapphire, I don't travel well with the PTSD. But I totally would, yeah. What's your question, dear? Ask away. You can always ask questions in here. Seriously. Whether I'm going to answer it or not, I'll tell you flat out if I am. If I can. If I can't, then I'll tell you that too. And if I can refer you out to somebody, I will. And almost all of you know that. So, wild raspberries and blackberries. Okay, so a question. There are a couple of different seasons for blackberry or for raspberries. What kind do you have? Do they produce in July and August, or do they produce in September, October? There's your key. I'm on my way. Tim, who is okay? What are we talking about? Oh my, Sapphire. Ours are just like common, wild, British, nasty, Scottish, spiky things. Oh, you forgot to hit send. Oh, that'll do it. Yes. Sandra asks, Nikki, are you getting smoke from BC where you are? Yeah, we were. Today was a lot better than Saturday, and Friday was bad. Friday was really bad. You couldn't even have the door open for 1 minute, and it just you could taste it on your. You could actually taste the smoke on your tongue, in your mouth, and on your skin. I mean, it's just like, oh my god, close it. You couldn't even. I don't even think. Well, you didn't want to have it. Yeah, it was bad. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I mean, have you had the heat with it too? Because that's when it makes it really bad. I've been so thankful that it finally decreased. Um, I'm actually getting it. It was 70 today, so yes, today was hot. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Which makes it really miserable inside. If you don't have air conditioning, and um, I truly very sorry. Please answer his question. Okay, hang on a minute. I didn't realize I didn't have live chat on. I had top chat. Hang on a minute. Oh, there it is. Why the hell? Okay, hang on a second. I'm glad you said something, Derek. What the fuck? Sorry, folks. Where's star protein? Okay, Para. This talk of aliens versus government makes me wonder. Have the ETs ever mentioned Project Bluebeam or any such false flag situation that government might hatch? I kind of roll my eyes at that, but I don't at the same time. And the reason I roll my eyes at that is because, on one hand, they don't like talking about it. They don't like talking about, unless it's truly, really super, super bad. They don't talk about it. If it's super, super bad, then I get all kinds of psychic downloads. Now, I know that, God, seriously, Derek, thank you for putting that in all caps, because that's why I wasn't seeing questions. My apologies, folks. That was so not cool. really, seriously, I apologize. Okay, let me scroll down, make sure that I haven't missed anything. Yeah, so basically oh, hey, Sovereign. Ouch. Basically, I'll end up with, okay, there's two things I want to say, and before I forget it, because I can tell I'm starting to forget it. Robert White has talked very openly and very publicly about what he has seen. He's talked about where it's 8 years out, where he has seen a cadre, as I'm going to call it, more than a platoon of ET ships on their way. But you're looking at 8 years out. Now, the ETs themselves have told me and have given me downloads that there's no expected war. Now, I'm trying to up my blood sugar so I don't go wonky. What I know versus what other people talk about that are in the know, there are some people who have witnessed actual dogfights in the air. So, and I've gotten pictures or video. So there's that aspect of it. Now, if that's happening over Earth, that leads me into the question, because that's not what I'm hearing. That is not what I'm hearing from the ETs. And believe me when I say these are not the type of race of being that will lie. They are too freaking legalistic. So it becomes quite the conundrum. And I know that Robert is accurate because there are many things that he and I have seen when we've been on video call together with each other or with other people, and we both have psychic hits at the same time. And we're literally seeing the same thing. And almost every detail is exact. So, and I know that he has seen this. I know it's because I've seen the planet that he was referring to, but I have not seen the ships that he has seen. And I don't know if the ships are being blocked from me, from my memories, or not. So hopefully that answers your question, dear. Image search for what? Okay, hang on a minute. Let me go back up. Okay, let me see. God, I gotta go back up and find out if I've missed. What else have I missed? Oh, see, when you asked if I had seen your others, yeah, but they're not even in this live. Okay, interesting. I am going back up. I'm making sure that I'm not missing. No, I've caught everything else. I don't understand why. Whoa. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to be getting a Skype phone call sometime. Bomber, ask your question, dear. Hit send. Seriously, Derek, I'm really glad you said that. Last night's episode. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well. Sovereign, go into last night's episode, the 826, the one that says 826. Go into that one, go into the description box, and you will actually see where you want to see specifics things, because I wrote in the description box. Careful. Okay. You've asked that question. Oh my God, it's not come through. That's the first one that came through. Holy shit. Okay, so, Para, you know how to contact me on Facebook. You know how to contact me in email. If you ever go through that kind of crap again, or if anybody does, either contact me in Messenger. If we're already friends, if we're not, email me. I will and hit me up in the chat and tell me I emailed you, and I will go in when we're doing a live, and I will check for the email, and we'll do it that way, because I don't believe in this shadow banning bullshit. I think that's a bunch of crap. Hang on a minute. Speaking of which, woo! God dang, that's spicy. Oh, that one's really spicy. Woo! Yeah, there's nothing new in here. So, all right, that's what I wanted to be sure of. Okay. Everything is off. Oh, my skin. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, what are we at now? Blocking the sun every day. Impressed with watching how professional firefighters and forest fires can be in. Instead of on YouTube. I've got people that are first responders, and they're doing what they need to do to keep people safe in different states regarding forest fires. So, I got friends from all kinds of life. It's Whoa! Hey, Para! Take it easy. Calm down. No. Sovereign. Drop it down a bit. I get you're upset. I get that. But we need to be respectful in this chat. Seriously. There are certain subjects, if it comes down to it, I will stop certain subjects, conversations. And if we cannot have, this is what we talked about, and I don't think you were in the chat at the time. But it, oh, hello. Oh, that's very sweet. Thank you. I said somebody. Anyway, so here's the thing. We need to be able, this is what my chat is going to be about, and it has been about up until now. If you can't be respectful and you need a timeout, time yourself out. Otherwise, I will do it, and I really don't want to do it because I hate doing that. But I'm going to say something. We need to be respectful of each other. You have a strong opinion, that's fine. Don't do the name calling stuff. I will not put up with that. Okay? You gotta be respectful. We can have a disagreement. No. I mean, this is not about trying to shill for do murders. No. Sovereign. It has nothing to do with shills, okay? Everybody has, you have a very strong opinion. I get that. I have my own opinion about it. But if you're going to bring that kind of intensity, then yeah, it's time to take a step back and go, okay, this chat is not for me tonight. All right? I will time you out. I don't want to do it because I want us to be able to work things out. Don't name call and don't be disrespectful in here. Those are my rules. You know, Dave talks about it's a Daveocracy. Well, right now I'm going to say it's a Nikkiocracy because this is my chat. You need to calm down. I get you're not happy. We all have our own opinions, but no name calling. Got it? Well, there's always an idiot somewhere. But the way this is being worded and that's not okay. We all have our own opinions, but you got to be respectful of each other. You can disagree, but if you can't be respectful of each other, then I'm going to pop everybody out. Period. I'm not putting up with that shit. Okay? You want to listen? That's fine. You don't want to be in chat? That's fine too. But you got to be respectful of each other in here. Oh, God. Desiree is getting you some ice cream and monkey bread. Are you? I agree to disagree, says Tim. Yeah, that's fine too. That's like what I believe it was Beth, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was Beth. Can't remember who said it right now, but we were, or was it Shelley? We agreed to disagree. We can have our own opinions, and this is what I had just talked about earlier. That's what we talked about earlier. Look, Shelley and I didn't agree, but we're not being rude and nasty with each other and mean and calling each other names. We just didn't. You got to be respectful. You can agree to disagree. You're being very passionate about something, that's fine. But if you're going to name call, take it somewhere else for a while until you can come back in and be respectful. 116 here. Yeah, it's 116, 117 here. It just flipped. Derek loves his monkey bread and his ice cream, definitely. Oh man, Desiree is picking you up. Man, that's awesome. I'm glad she's doing that. But holy crap, I remember you and your monkey bread and ice cream. Oh my god. I'm always calling out. Yeah, and see, I am not a fan of that individual, and that's quite all right. I have very, very interesting things to say, but I won't say that publicly. It's not my thing. I'm okay. Derek, I'm dedicated. Nikki, I'm staying up late with you guys. Well, that's appreciated. Usually I only try to have this be 2 hours, and it usually is like 2 hours 15, but thereabouts. I'm doing okay right now. We might take it a little. We might push it to 3, but I think that's going to be my limit tonight, especially after all the stuff that has gone on. And I'll need to come down. Got you, Parrot. Yeah. Just in case I wasn't clear, I wasn't calling an idiot. I was agreeing with him that that you might be one. Oh no, honey, I wasn't calling either one of you idiots. I was saying there are those, that word, about a lot of different subjects across the globe right now. There's a lot of major problems going on across the world. Really major stuff, and we need to come together and figure out a way to make a plan of action and go about dealing with it. So and it makes it hard because we all have our own very strong beliefs. Very, very, very strong beliefs. And there are people that I absolutely cannot tolerate, and my God, you need to get the hell out of my house. I saw that you need to get the fuck out of my house. Excuse me, guys, I have a being that, and it's not ET, it's spirit. Well, I can't classify it as spirit. Do not make me force you out. You heard me. I don't need to be verbal to have you hear me. One, two. Thank you. If you return, you're going to get your butt whooped. Excuse me, I do not talk to spirits like that usually. That was not a spirit, though. That was a being. B-E-I-N-G. As in wannabe. Okay, now I'm angry. Just a second. I gotta flip gears here. Just a second. Ooh, vibrating. Okay. Para, tell the bean to leave, or I'll start asking questions too. No, honey, I'm not going to do that. That's the kind of thing that will draw it to you. No, 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 sweetie. We don't do that. Say just another day in the life of Nikki. Be in the moment. Right the hell on, Tim. Be in the moment. Um, living being in spirit form. Yeah, this is a wannabe, which is weird. Why the hell did I don't even want to fucking know. It's about 800 years old. Young one too. I wonder what the hell drew him. Oh. Well, that's interesting. We'll deal with that after I get off of here. It's a good guest on SOR tonight. A few months back, he had dreads. Oh, really? Oh, it's the first time I've seen him. I know the name, but it's the first time I've seen him. Derek, my mom used metal spatula on me. Oh, honey. Are you talking about corporal punishment? Yeah. My mom used to use a wooden spoon on me. Handmade. Bummer. She's not seeing any of my comments. Someone tell Nikki I said goodnight and thanks for having. I am seeing it now. I don't know why I wasn't before. I hope you have sweet dreams, my dear. And I want to say blessed be to you, and I don't know why. Well, you know that's not normally how I say things, but for whatever reason, I want to say blessed be. Okay. Take very good care. Bummer. That was weird. Says Derek Para. Bye, Bummer. Have a good night. Smoke free night. Yeah, smoke free night. Yeah. Paddle with holes drilled into it. Oh, a paddle with holes drilled into it. That's what I got for dancing on the tables when I was in kindergarten. Paddle was that long. Handle was that long. Yeah. The paddle was about that thick. And it had 3 rows of holes going up. Oh, I haven't thought about that. It sounds kinky. Yeah, it could be. Depends on if you're into that. Of course, I have whips, so you know. They're not used for sex. They're used for getting out upset. It's one of the ways that I found in one of my counseling sessions that helped me to be able to get out my upset in a home environment and be safe about doing it. It was better than pounding on a pillow and all of that. But I knew people that were into whips and BDSM. So, actually, I have Nikki. See my question. It's important, Derek. Oh, I missed it. Question: what are ghosts? Serious question, and how come they aren't in heaven or hell? Oh, that's actually really easy. When you cross over, you can come back. You can wander the earth if that's what you wanted. It doesn't mean you're earthbound. If you're earthbound, you have not crossed over. Thank you for doing that in all caps. I don't know why wasn't seeing your question. It's there. It's not a YouTube thing. It was my eyes as a thing. So thank you for making me aware of it. Whip the Nick. Nick the whip. Okay, I'm going to finish your answer in just a second. So, Tim, I have a whip that it's made out of, somebody else made it. I didn't. I've looked into figuring out how to make it, and it's just too complicated for me. So I was just like, no, it's not worth my time. I'd rather buy it. So I bought this at a sex shop, and it's made out of recycled rubber tires, inner tires. And so it's super, super pliable. And I wanted something that I could whip on the ocean, on the water, so that when I went to the ocean, I could, the handle's about this, I could go get it. It's going to be dusty though. I mean, it's been sitting in a bag hanging up. And okay, well, maybe some night I will get that out for you guys and show it to you. Oh my God. I can't believe what I was just. Anyway, so common belief in Native people are the pain and things you let go when you move on. You only. No, Sapphire, that's not right. It's nice that you're being environmentally. It's nice that you're being environmentally responsible. It's the only thing that would hold up to the salt water. You can't use leather in salt water. Then you'd have to spend exorbitant amounts of time to clean it, and I didn't want to have to do that. So when I go to the beach, when I go to the ocean, put my swimming suit on, put my shorts on, and if I want to fully get in the water, the shorts come off and I'm in my full swimsuit and I look like I'm in a dress. Big tits hang. Well, they're not hanging out, but the big tits out and the flowy dress. It looks like a dress, and actually looks really good on me. It doesn't even look like a swimsuit. Anyway, and I walk in. I've got the whip, and if I have excess energy and a lot of shit that has gone on, then oh God, I don't need to know that, Derek. Then I use the whip on the water, and it is incredibly releasing. Like super incredibly releasing. It brings out all the emotion, all the angst, every piece of garbage that you've been going through for however long. It is it's almost cathartic. And you want something that is going to no, I know. Because I want to finish that question. But I also didn't finish this. So this came before that. So, but yeah, it's a big deal, and it's very useful. And so I've gotten a lot of garbage about it. So, yeah, I'm not responding to that. Anyway, that is just yuck. Oh, God. Well, that's different. Yeah. So, yeah, I have a whip, and I use it when I'm at the ocean. I don't use it when I'm at a lake. It's just not, it's got to be flowing, ebbing water, flowing in and out, flowing in and out. And when the water comes in, you do your whatever you need to do, whip it on the water, and it's only like it's like it's not one long whip. It's got sections of it, kind of straps. It's got straps, and the whip itself is about, hang on a second, I gotta look at this. It's about that long, so it's about 14, 16 inches. And then the handle is about that long, and it's perfect if I want to use it for the ocean, and it's perfect for wicked. It's really good. A water softener. That's not what I thought you were going to say. It's really, really, really good. It's just nice for a snap. Yes, it is. It's a very nice, it's got a nice sound. And, but when you're home, if you get really, really angry and you need to let that out instead of yelling or screaming, and you need to do it in a constructive, positive way. I'm short enough to where it's not going, when I'm standing up, it's not going to hit the ceiling, and I can hit my bed and slap the bed. And it will make that sound. It'll still make that sound. So there's an action in the physical. And so when it's not in use, so when I bring it home from the ocean, I'll put it through a soap bath and rinse it and then hang it up to dry. And then once it's dry, it'll go into not a garbage bag, a grocery bag, a plastic grocery bag, and then get tied in a knot and then hung up via the loop and via the handle loop and via the other loop. Oh my God, I got another rip in my... Well, son of a Jim. Well, looks like I'm going to be doing some hand sewing. Anyway, that sucks. Anyway, so back to the question. I think it was Black Dragon. Was it Black Dragon that had asked? Hang on, I got to scroll back. Or no, it was Derek. Okay, so also, what if the person was bad and got judged to go to hell? They can still wander around as ghosts. Okay, that's a different subject. Hit me up with that one later. I want to get done with this first one. What are the ghosts? Serious question, and how come they aren't in heaven or hell? Okay, so when they cross over, they're in spirit form. A ghost is, and there are different versions. There's still a spirit. What the difference is they have chosen to be earth-bound. That's a ghost. Okay? Now Tim. I'll repost my name. Oh, yes, please do. So, yeah, that is what takes place. Oh, Derek, I'm sorry. Man, Sovereign, you're back. Okay, so basically, peeling potatoes, steak and gravy pie, and mashed tater. Yeah, that sounds good actually. Because I need to have dinner. But so there's your question, or there's your answer regarding when they cross over. If they've done extensive amount of bad, it's a, how do I say this? It's a form of college. They cannot come out of, it's a form of school. That soul is not coming out of that, and I'm calling it college because I don't know what else to call it. I know that there are terms for it, but I don't know what they're called. And every psychic will describe something similar. But but not exactly the same. But from what I understand, the ones that have done extensive bad, like a Hitler and a murderer, I mean, like a serial killer, that kind of thing, when they end up crossing over, and they will cross over, they'll end up in a uh, in a kind of a lockdown college, and they are not allowed to come out of it's not a prison, but I don't know what else to call it. They have to go through, they have to relearn. They are forced to go through schooling. It's a form of soul reschooling of that soul. SOUL. Um, and they cannot come out of that, and they could be there 1 year, they could be there 5 years, they could be there 100 years, they could be there 1,000 years, until that soul relearns that they cannot be doing specific things. It gets really an eye-opener. And I've had people tell me, well, then what's hell? And I've had conversations with Lilith. I've had conversations with I've had conversations with demons. I've had true demons. I've had conversations with wannabe demons. I've had conversations with all kinds of beings that are in the ethereal hierarchies, who are in the form of jinn or demonic, and I learn a great deal. They can tell you the truth or they can lie. And when you have angels coming to you going, he told you the truth, but he also lied. So it makes it very, very interesting. And almost the way I look at it is that college is a form of its own hell. I don't see it as brimstone and fire going down. I see it as they're crossing over, but it's like when they cross over, they don't go where everybody else goes. They go into a different section. And it's literally like a lockdown area, but I don't know how else to describe it. It's not brimstone and fire. It's very different. Beth, any advice? Okay, Beth, let me get through with the rest of this, and then I'll answer that. Okay, so stick around, please, because you guys got some good questions coming in. I want to be sure that I get to the rest of. Okay, what if the person was bad and just got judged to go to hell? They can still wander around. No, they're in a lockdown. It's being in a lockdown. Now, that individual, based on how I understand it, if they are not immediately crossed over, they can be earthbound. They can be as a ghost. That, to me, is on the really scary side, because then you're dealing with serials, SERIALS, serials with a K afterwards, or I guess it would be a K. Okay, I think that's the right way. I never remember which way is one's. The image you see is reversed on the screen. So skin's itching again. Real itchy. At least my skin's not burning. That's because I've been taking different things. Because I've been detoxing, you little bastards. From the dew weapon that they did. Anyway, so hopefully that answers those questions for you, Derek. Let me know if it doesn't, and we'll continue on. Okay, now I want to get down to ooh, somebody's doing their hand washing. I can smell it. Okay, so Beth, I have a spirit that refuses to accept the fact that he passed, so he won't. Oh, so he won't cross over. Oh, I've been there. The 17-year-old girl refuses to accept their demise. Yeah, that means they're earthbound. They haven't crossed over. They're earthbound. They're making a choice, which means they're going to stay stuck. They're not going to move forward. But it's also going to be a pain in the freaking ass if they aren't willing to listen. I had a 5 to 6 hour conversation with a 17-year-old teenager, female, from who had died in 19. She was born in the 1800s. She died in like somewhere between 19. I want to say 02, but that's not right. 1905, 1908. Eventually found out that the information that I had was correct, and that the house was this, and the property that she was on was this, and yeah. So we got certain things verified, or I got certain things verified. She would not cross over, and she had a fiance who was waiting for her. He had crossed over and he came back, and he could not. She wouldn't trust him enough. She had gone through too much angst. She'd been through abuse. I was just about to out her, and I'm not going to do that because I respect her. She'd been through a great deal of trauma, and she was truly terrified to cross over. And the way she put it, it was logical to me. It was very logical. I could understand her thinking and her mindset on it. It was inaccurate, granted, but it was very logical. And her fear had kicked in. The other side to that was that the unknown. So then you're dealing with spirits that are ghosts, that are earthbound, that are making the choice to be earthbound for whatever that reason is. They're making that choice not to cross over. Once they release that negativity and that detriment from their soul, it literally releases the energy of the white, lack of better phrasing, the energy of the white light, and it literally opens up a doorway. And that doorway is only for them. Could I walk into it? No. Could I walk into the one below it? Yes. Because it's not my time, and I would be on a very specific higher consciousness level. But it wouldn't be my time, and that doorway would shut. However, now here's the thing. Once that door opens, it will not draw them in or suck them in. they will walk to it or float to it or be guided to it by somebody on the other side that has already crossed over, that will come through and go, and usually their loved one will walk with them. I've seen that time and time again. And then I've seen where sailors from the 1700s have literally walked and then floated and gone. And they're just gone. They've literally right through the doorway, right through that bright white doorway and gone. And it just goes, I mean, the second they aren't even completely through, and it's like it envelops around them as it's closing. There is no way any being is walking through that. Only that it's like it's specifically designed for each and every soul that is choosing to cross over. God, I hope I'm making sense to you, Beth. Sometimes this gets a little interesting to describe it. Oh, that's cool, Sandra. I had a dream of a piece of paper in my hand. It said, I am. That is one of the most, that's a blessing. You don't have to have anything after it. If it's saying I am, you can use it. It's a positive thing. You can use it for anything. Oh my God, that's a cool dream. Okay, wait a minute. I ended up at the very bottom. How did I do this? He's still searching for her? Is that what you mean, Beth? All he has to do is call out to her. She'll come right to him. That's all he has to. Whoa. Okay, now, here's something that I do know about that. If I'm understanding this correctly, he has a loved one. I'm assuming his fiance. Hang on a minute. I'm starting. I'm starting in with the nerve pain again. Hang on a second, guys. Okay, for those that don't know, I've got 2 back injuries. One is not anywhere near as bad. Sorry, chair squeaked, and then I squeaked. And so I've got a broken tailbone that's healed, but not exactly healed the way it should be. So it's like really nasty. So okay, so he's still searching for the penny. Okay, the penny will show up. He's not recognizing that he's deceased, is he? That's the other thing that can happen when you get into that kind of a situation. Yeah, that's the thing. Okay, so searching for the penny so he doesn't go back to her penniless. Okay, when he crosses over, he will highly likely, find the penny. Matter of fact, she may have it in her hand. If you go to full screen chat, all questions are late night snack looks amazing. The monkey bread and 2 flavors of ice cream. I'm jealous, I think. I was just looking at the picture. Still looking for my girl in the green dress. I don't dream about a girl I met on a bus. I told him that if he crosses, he will find her with Penny. Yeah, I mean, pretty freaking much. But see, he's not going to believe that because it's ingrained in his head. No, that's not right, Sovereign. I know that one from personal experience. I've talked to naturopaths about that very thing. It's not the bananas themselves. But I get I get where you're going. I believe me, I get where you're going with it. Hey, Amy. Okay, what did I? Whole screen just shut off and came back on. Oh wow. Okay. Sovereign. Sandra does talk about her experiences. It just might not be where you're at. She has talked about him in the past. I don't know. It's been quite a while since I heard them, but I do know that she does talk about them, or has. And she's got some pretty cool experiences. Sorry, guys. I got toenail that's bugging the ever living crap out of me right now. So Beth, hopefully that be very careful so I don't cut my toe. There we go. Finally. Oh my god. And then when I get offline, I will send the damn thing down. File it down. I hope that answers your question, Beth. And also for Derek, comments to 2 sentences. Yeah, right. If you can. I've been known not to do that. Okay, so scroll back down. What else did I miss? Rhetoric. What rhetoric? What are we talking about here, Tim? Something exclusive. I don't know what that is. Okay. Old SRR. Yeah. It was. I don't even know if they're even doing that anymore. The SOR group stuff. Or not SOR group. The Skype group thing is what I meant. Barely. Oh, okay. That's what she was wearing in my dream when I met her. Not a person we know. Okay. Sandra says hi to Amy. Amy says hi to. Okay. Correct about the energies. Not all our spirits. Yeah. Okay. So. Okay. I'm not sure what that's about. I guess I need to go back up. Unique energies. Beth has very unique. Yes, she does have unique energies around her. Yeah, he needs to understand. Okay, Beth, he really does need to understand that. And I'm obviously getting messages in my phone. So hang on a second, guys. He needs to understand that when he crosses over, all of that will. All of that will. It automatically comes into play. It automatically happens. And if he's making a choice. I mean, it's like the girl. It's like the 17-year-old girl. I had to have literally a 5 to 6 hour conversation with her because she was so terrified to cross over. Oh, I'm so sorry. And that's regarding Beth. Nikki, I live on a Civil War battlefield, so I have some unique things happening here. Oh, I'm sure you do. I was 10 years old when I walked a Civil War battlefield, and I am here to tell you never again. As a child who was born with this and had experiences from birth, I get it. Being 10 years old and witnessing full on, non see throughable, completely corporeal uh, spirits in what at the time I thought were costumes that were not costumes. That was what they were in that specific time period. I get it. It completely overwhelmed me. Um, Nobody had a clue because my grandmother at when I was 6 or 7 years old told me to keep things quiet because uh, shh, Nicole, we don't want people to think we're crazy. That was essentially how she phrased it. So I'm not commenting on that. So basically, yeah, it makes it rather tough. Um, okay, you guys, please stop that. Um, no diarrhea stuff, okay? Um, Normally I'd be laughing, but it's been too much of a weekend. Um, yeah, trying to face palm, yes. Um, so, um, anyway, oh, she's a co-host. Um, yeah, and she's good. She's good. Yep, yep. She's good. Um, well, she's a really good co-host. Anyway, so yeah, I like her. Her and her Coley, Nicole Coley. Um, so anyway, um, Beth, did I answer your question? because I got sidetracked. But yeah, I completely understand. It makes it difficult when you've got that kind of energy and you're dealing with a very specific kind of energy. And then you're also dealing with, because if you're where I think you're at, you're also dealing with spirits that are from after that as well, and it can make things really difficult. So you get a very large range of spirits, and some of those spirits they've been stuck for a lot of years. I mean, 100 years, more. Anyway, it's just it becomes a problem. Um, I know with, and I cannot. I have the 17-year-old girl's name written down. I just don't remember it at the second. But well, I haven't, because it's been out of my head. And she was so afraid nobody would remember her. I remember her all the time. And she'd gone through such a horrible life. Yeah, yes, I am. There's a mixture of spirit, ethereal, etc. Yeah, it makes such a major difference when you're dealing with all of that, all in the same local area. I totally I get that. I when I used to work in downtown Seattle, uh, there were buildings down there that you walk into, like in the Pioneer Square area. Holy crap! Just walking, being a psychic and walking the downtown streets down there, going from just on your day-to-day walk, going from down one street into one building, and then working for a bit, and then coming out of that area, out of that building, and going to a bus to get home. Or it's just, some of those buildings, they still have the spirits, and those spirits do not want to let go, and they don't see any other way. And it's like they are set in their mind in a specific way they don't want to release. And yeah, I'm going to do that right now because that sounds really familiar. Excuse me. Really, really familiar, actually. Well, I was one state off. I was one state off, but it's in the same general area. You're in the Carolinas. Yes? So I was thinking well, anyway. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. I get it. I was crossing through West Virginia, Kentucky, West Virginia, and in through Philadelphia as a 10-year-old, and I'm here to tell you, not fun. Not fun as a psychic kid for me, crossing through there. Although I do have to say, when I crossed through, oops, different page. I've got to do a different page. When I crossed, oh, come on, damn it. Thank you. If I didn't write that down, I had to get that out of my head. If going through Philadelphia, yeah, some days are pretty hectic. Oh yes, I can, yeah. I know what that's like, especially if you get a group of chatterboxes and you've just gone to bed and you're so tired and all they're doing is standing there at the head of your bed going, and you're like, this is not a party line. Move it to my living room. I'm trying to sleep. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, you understand. So, yeah, you have to. There's just, yeah. Or when you're just in the process of waking up, and the spirit or many spirits, as you're literally putting your feet over the edge of your bed, you haven't even. They're like just this part of the other side of the bed. They haven't even gone down, and they're, and you're like, I'm not awake just because I'm moving doesn't mean I'm actually freaking awake. I'm not gonna remember. I gotta pee. That's what my focus is. I gotta pee. Get the hell out of my way. They're like little chatterboxes. Like, what the fuck? I'm not gonna remember anything you say. Are you now telling me that I now absolutely have to have a spiral note binder between my bed and the next wall to the bathroom and one in the bathroom? Because by the time I get to the wall, I'm lucky if I'm going to fucking remember it. Because my concentration is, I gotta pee. Leave me the fuck alone. I gotta pee, man. They're like, like, so I typically have a I have rules. Try some rules. Oh, good night, Tim. Pleasant, sweet, and sexy dreams. That's what I'm trying to tell the guys now. You gotta have good, sexy dreams. Although I should be saying that to the women too. I'm like, excuse me. Yes, exactly, Beth. No. Do you experience sleep paralysis? I used to in the 1990s, but that was before we found out that I had sleep apnea. So, God. Anyway, yeah, I've worn a CPAP mask ever since. So, and that's what I found out my sleep paralysis was directly from. I also had waking sleep paralysis, which is where your eyes are wide open. You believe you're fully consciously aware, but you're asleep. Yeah, that's fun. Oh, exactly, Beth. At least we can laugh about it. Okay, so I don't know if you do this, Beth, but here is something that I do. I have a long-standing set of rules. And basically one of them is get the fuck away from me when I'm in the bathroom. Yeah, I'm done yelling at you now. Oh, I know that attitude well. Oh my God, I so know that attitude well. Yeah, so basically, it's like, stay the hell out of my bathroom. I gotta pee or I gotta take a shit. You gotta get the hell away from me. I don't want you here if I gotta take a shower. And what do the old ones do? Like the senior, the ones that have been seniors and have crossed over. They're the ones that come and bug me when I'm in the shower. The younger ones, they're respectful. The ones that have died that are in their 30s, 40s, and 50s, they're respectful. The ones who have died in their uh, 80s and 90s, I kid you freaking not. I had a woman come to me that I knew. She had a message for her granddaughter, who I also knew. And I have this standing, and my dad let her through. And I'm like, I could have throttled him because my dad is my spirit guide. I could have just freaking throttled him. I'm like, not when I'm in the shower. And she comes, I had literally, and I had just done, you do the typical cleaning and all of that kind of stuff. But I had also, that specific day, I had also done like a chakra cleansing and a clearing while I was in the shower. No peace or privacy. Oh, no shit. No peace, no privacy, no shit. That's essentially it in a nutshell. Anyway, and I literally just said, okay, thank you for the energy. Thank you. Hey, Ange. It's good to see you, hon. And I literally draw the shower curtain open, and I smelled her before I saw her because she didn't present herself to me in thank you, I appreciate that. Speaking of beauty, oh my God, woman, you got some hair to die for. Wow. um anyway, and so I smelled her and felt her presence before I actually saw her with my psychic eyes, because I didn't see her with my visual eye, with my human eyes. And she looks me up, butt naked. I literally reaching for the towel. It's that far from my fingertips, and she goes, "My God, you got fat." And I'm like, I've had 2 back injuries, bitch, since I've last seen you. I mean, I was pissed. And I don't respond normally that way. I'm usually, she goes, I have a message for and I'm like, I know who you're here for. I was just like, you're not supposed to be in my bathroom while I'm doing this. And to tell me, my God, you got fat. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Have 2 back injuries where you've broken your tailbone and you couldn't move for, like 7 months. And even getting up now, it's been 2 years, and getting up and down and just sitting down is incredibly freaking painful, even after stretching and doing all the proper things. And so she didn't give a shit. And I'm like, I don't have to talk to you. You can wait. I'm not going to wait. And I'm like, oh. I made a promise to this woman about her granddaughter before she died. And I'm like, you know what? You need to respect my boundaries. I was not happy with her, man. Seriously, not happy with her at all. But yeah, it just was an interesting conversation. But yeah, you put your boundaries up. I think that was the day. That was the I think like 2 or 3 nights I hadn't had my protections up. Um, which of course I got nailed with a number of things during that time frame. But just an FYI, you can put. Matter of fact, I've got little signs on different walls and a lamp. I've got a lamp in my bedroom with a sign, "Do the spirits," that talks about some of my rules. I don't have many. One is my bathroom, and don't fucking bug me when I'm trying to sleep. It's got to be like a dire, life-threatening emergency in order to pester me during my sleep, because I have such sleep issues. So, and they typically don't. I have had a couple of things to where I've had certain friends that I consider family members of mine, where their spirit guide, one of their spirit guides, because we all don't just have one spirit guide. We've got many different spirit guides. Some people have a lot more than just 2 or 3. And excuse me. And so basically, yeah, you put up notes on your walls in your bedroom or wherever your rules are. And whoever was getting her wound up. Yeah, sometimes there's a few people that can get me wound up. It depends on what the subject is. Yeah, till you get woken up with hello. Yo, God, I've heard that one too. Yeah, and you know what I'm talking about. It's what it it's really oh my God. It really comes into play when you've got a party of 5 and it's not a restaurant and they're talking at the head of your bed and they won't shut up. um yeah, Paramar, name over and over until I get mad. Oh, put up a boundary. You can actually put up a block. That hang on a second, Paramar. Um, you can actually put up a block on not just people that do that, but on your environment and literally around you, so that they can't do that. Hit me up in my uh, Gmail, my email, and I'll write you a letter, because there's a way that you can do that. I'm not going about talking about that publicly. But yeah, there is a way that you can do that. And because when you do that, they have to abide by it. And if they don't, you can actually get their ass in trouble via the hierarchies on the other side. So that's the other thing that some psychics don't even realize that they can do. You can get spirits in trouble. There are certain things they are not supposed to do. If you as a psychic have put up boundaries in specific ways and they walk over those things, there are consequences they can have from the hierarchies themselves. And wow, is it amazing how fast the hierarchies take notice. So just an FYI, hit me up, email me, restorebelief2022@gmail.com. Okay? And we'll go, I'll delve into detail with that. But yeah, the hierarchies made it very clear to me. Yes, karma is a beach. It is. And that's also part of their karma, even, and I'm glad you said that, Ange. Thank you. It's actually still part of their karma. I keep hitting this. It's actually still part of their karma, even though they're on the other side, even though they've crossed over, or even if they're earthbound, they still have karma affecting them. Yes. And the person's still in chat, Drew, so don't go into it any further. So it got taken care of. Maybe it'll give you this. So yeah, it just there are things that I found out that the hierarchies got real specific. And see, I didn't know that. Other toenails driving me nuts. I did not know that that could be done until I had a situation. And with the situation, the spirit got into trouble. And boy, did I hear about it afterwards. But that's how I found out. It was kind of a big deal. Kind of a big deal in a major way. But I was like, this is not okay. I've got boundaries, and I'm putting up my boundaries, and I'm putting up barriers, and I did a number of things, and walk right through, and I'm like, and they did it. They walked right through in a very specific way. They literally broke a section of a barrier that I had, and the barrier was freaking strong. And they didn't just, let's see, watch your ears. If you've got headphones on, watch your ears, because I'm going to do something. It's going to get a little loud. So that's what it was like. Okay. So when I get somebody breaking through a barrier or trying to, that's what it sounds like in my head throughout my entire body. Okay. So, I found out there's something different to that, Sovereign, but we're not going to go there because it's going to get a lot of people upset. And believe me, here at home, it got somebody really upset. Really, 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 really upset. So, but yeah, I've talked to that person. They've been in my face. Well, not in my face. Had a beautiful conversation. They took me to the the other side, but the lowest level to where I hadn't crossed over. And I got to say goodbye to somebody that I dearly love and care about, and I hadn't even known that they had died. And Jesus took me there. He specifically came and got me. And that was really rather an interesting story. But anyway, oh my God, I've been down that road. And I get Sasquatch coming through. This is a fireplace, right? I get Sasquatch coming through this like a portal. Hell, that's how the fairies came through. Because this wasn't real iron. They came right through the brick. And they came through my I got a door right over here. And yeah, they literally, so I've talked about this on a number of occasions where the Sasquatch, yes, Drew, you can. Yeah, when I have a connection with somebody, there are certain things that happen. And I don't mean it's energy, it's it's psychic stuff is basically what it boils down to. It's energy and psychic stuff, big time. And I've got connections with a number of folks, and so we all know that how to get in contact with each other. Yeah, there are forms of good and forms of evil. What we would consider evil, the other side doesn't hit evil until you hit a certain level. It's very, very specific. Oh, you don't know how to close the portals, Beth? Wait a minute. I gotta go back. I gotta scroll back up because I knew I missed some stuff. Yeah, telepathy. Ange, don't let me forget about the Sasquatch. I want to finish saying about that, but just a second. There's been a couple things in chat that I've missed. Banishment is a misconception. No, especially when there are portals involved. Depends on. Sorry, my finger is driving me nuts. If they've crossed over versus if they're earthbound, there's various different levels of that. I had to close a portal in my house when I figured the buggers were coming through there. Yeah. I don't. Oh, okay. See, I thought it was the same person making the statements. Okay, got it. So it's two different people. Got it. Okay. Those portals, but I have them. Yeah. If you have open portals, Beth, get those buggers closed. And actually, you can do that. You can do that with your core energy, focusing. I know we've talked about a number of factors, but how much actual energy work do you do? That would be my question. If you do energy work, then it should be relatively easy for you to do this. If not, then we need to have a conversation once again at Restore Belief 2022 at gmail.com. Okay, that's where it was. There go the ears. You have two in the house and another out back. Okay, are the two that are in the house, are they in mirrors? Do they have mirrors around them? Ow. Sorry. Ooh. Sorry. That's nerves. That's nerves misfiring. Sorry. Oh God, we're 3.5 hours in. I have two. Okay, yeah. I need to know if those two in the house, if they have mirrors near them at all. If they do, you need to immediately cover those mirrors. It's not going to stop, but it will stop. It will help to decrease. One is a mirror. Box the mirror, cover the mirror up. If the mirror is literally attached to the wall, put a screen over it. Blanket, not a sheer. Mirrors are very specific. They can actually pull you in. And I know people that are going to go, no, they can't. Yes, they freaking well can. They may not be able to pull your physical body in, but they can do some serious shit. Cover, if you have a mirror with a portal, cover it. I know people that sold the mirror that they had. They closed the portal and then they sold it. They were like, I'm done. Nikki Sasquatch. Oh, thank you. It's part of the fireplace. Oh, lovely, which means that it's going to have. Okay. If that's the case, then I highly recommend, until you can get it closed, I highly recommend that you put a blanket over it, some kind of drawstring, something that's lightweight, but something that's black or dark. Doesn't have to be heavy. It can be. Thank you. I appreciate that, Drew. Thank you. Yes. Excellent, Ange. Ange says, I cover my mirrors and put selenite in front of them. Yeah, matter of fact, I would use red brick. Red brick dust, which is a really old. That date back. Excuse me. That technique dates back to the 1800s. It's an extremely old school version. Oh, good night, Sandra. Up this late in a long time. Yeah, I've had too many days of it. So I'm renovating. Yep, there you go. Yeah, what you do is put it, like, if it's hanging on a wall. Okay, so I had a very large, unfortunately, it wasn't one of mine. I have a very, very large painting that literally took up this entire area. It's almost as big as it's almost as big as that wall, as that hanging of the tree is. I can't think of the doohoo wall hanging. Okay, and if you Jesus, Drew, I love you, dear one, but my God, what a statement. um, Anyway, 2 in that room is the current one. Yeah. Okay, so what I was going to say is I had a wall that was hanging. What you do, a wall that was hanging. I had a picture frame, a oil painting that was on that wall for a long time. It took up like 90% of that wall. What you do is on the back of it is sprinkle it with, now it's going to fall through, but where it will stay is on the wires. Okay. Where it will stay will be on the hook. You want it touching. Okay. And then you can wipe up the dust underneath it. The selenite would go in front of the dust that's on the mantle itself. The other thing to do is not just the selenite. You want black tourmaline. I want to say black onyx. That's not what I mean. Got a brain fart. I can't think of the name of the stone. Shugnite is another one. Thank you, Ange. Obsidian. Thank you, Beth. Also obsidian. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I have friends who are cashiers because they're around all that electronics so close to it. They wear it on their wrists. They wear it on their ankles. And these are men. They wear it around their neck. Without the knife. Yes, I know. Yeah, Shugnite. Shungite. Never pronounced that one correctly. Anyway, but yeah, obsidian, black obsidian. You can use black tourmaline, but it's the obsidian that I was going for. And the selenite. And I'm missing a couple of other things, but those are the 2 key ones. And the red brick dust. It makes a big. Yes, I know, Sovereign. I was trying to figure. Shungite stops me from having electric shock. Yes, exactly. And selenite can be very, very grounding. So I totally get this. So yeah, if you've got a mirror on a wall that is a portal, get the damn thing covered. Even if you put butcher paper over it, get it covered. Even if you are in the process of a remodel and you put newspaper over it, get it covered until you can deal with the portal. Covering it is a big deal. Those coming through that portal get really pissy when they got something blocking it because it's a physical block. For whatever reason, it becomes that. It doesn't block energy, but it does at the same time. Yeah, you said you had a portal out back, or did I misinterpret that and porta potty out back? So. But you said you had a portal out back. Is it Actually, Drew, the red brick dust, it comes directly from two individuals that I work with on Wednesday nights. They're old school when it comes to that stuff, and I knew about it, but it wasn't like in my head as much. The other thing you can do with that mirror, yeah, you're welcome, Ange. The other thing you can do with that mirror is whatever you cover it with, whether it's a blanket or a sheet, it's got to be something obviously it's got to be something physical. You can also put, and I showed it I don't know, about a week ago, over every door and window, although you're not going to see it here, although you can see like right there, that little white thing, that is a 3M hook hanger. And what it has on it is 2 iron nails, not these fake pieces of crap nails, and they're about yay long, about 2.5 inches in length. And I've taken, I think it's 22 gauge wire, and I've made them look like, I put them as close to a cross as I could possibly get them. And then I hooked them up there. You can do the same thing with that mirror. Now that, until you can get that portal closed, that will actually stop shit. But it really frosts the other side that are trying to come through that portal. Let me tell you, they ain't gonna be happy. So do that for a while. Okay, blood sugar. I haven't done that in a while. And then closing it is a different matter. But like I said, if you deal with energy on a regular basis, you should be able to do it naturally and normally. If you're not used to doing any of that, then we're gonna have to work on that to close it. And I'm not getting into that here, but pretty much, Drew, depends on how you use the obsidian. Iron stops the Fae. It doesn't stop anything else. But it will stop many, many, many races of the Fae. Well, okay, wait a minute. I just made a liar out of myself. The reason I've got that up is because it will literally stop. Yes, Ange says energy work is so important. It will literally stop detrimental feeders, energy feeders that are they're dark energy feeders. They feed on fear, and I'll stop them coming through the windows. And thank you, succubus. Well, okay, so it'll stop succubus, but it will also stop others that are like that are not. That's not what they normally do. But when they find something, like certain children who have abilities, because I had an experience with a little girl that I considered a granddaughter at the time. And she was sitting here, and I was watching TV, or I was talking to somebody. I don't remember exactly what I was doing, but I was doing something. But I was sitting here. It was the middle of the night. It was about this time, actually. And it's about 3, actually, now that I think about it. And she comes flying through this door on the other side of the fireplace in Astral, screaming my name, comes flying at me. I go to as I'm standing up, literally is running and flying. I don't even know how to describe that. Literally at me, and she literally grabbed onto me so tight that she left bruise marks in my fat on my back and the top parts of my hips. She grabbed on that tight. Okay. It wasn't. It was under surface bruises. You could. I took pictures. You could barely see. They're her fingerprints. She was 4 or 5 at the time, and she had a energy feeder, and they lived at that time. They lived on third story of an apartment building. No deck, no. Well, I take that back. They did have it. They had a teeny tiny deck. I don't even think it was 4 feet in length. I'd forgotten about. The apartment was great, but I always forgot that they had a itty bitty tiny deck. Anyway, so I never consider it a real deck. But my friend who was on the other side told me to tell her mom, I will watch her children. She does not have, she's got family watching, but they're not strong enough, essentially, is what I was told. And you consider them your grandkids, and you consider her your daughter. I will watch out for them for you. About cried. It meant so much to me that my loved one would do that for me. And he went and did it. And when I asked her, I said, what's wrong? And she was screaming in my belly and at my boobs. And I was rocking her as if she were physically here. And I'm holding on to, I'm literally, because I could feel her. And I had my hand on her head, and my right hand on her head. And I'm standing there and I'm rocking back and forth. And I'm going, what's wrong, baby? What's wrong? Tell me what's going on. And she's in astral form. And she literally told me, she described my friend. I never told her about him. There's no way she could have known unless she had seen him and talked to him. And she told me who he was, what he looked like, and he had a message for me. And she specifically said, your back is hurting. She goes, I want you to sit down, Nikki. And she was trying to, and she knew that my back was hurting because she had squeezed me so tight, and I was hurting. I mean, I was really hurting because she had really squeezed. And this was before my tailbone break. And so she's telling me what my friend's message was. And he literally told her, get Nikki. You and your sibling are in danger. Get Nikki. And tell her I'm here and I'm protecting your family. And that is the general things that he said. I am not stating word for word, although I could, but I'm not going to because that's way too fucking personal. So that was the gist of it. And I'm like, okay, well, you're here with me. You're safe. And I got her to finally calm down. And she was, oh my God, she was crying. The amount of crying and wailing and oh my God, she was so scared. And I finally sat down. I calmed down, and I got her calmed down enough to where she finally released part of my back. I mean, she wouldn't let go of me, but she finally released my back enough to where I could actually take in a breath of air in a specific way. And I sat down and her hand slid up so that she was still holding on to me, and I was cradling her head on kind of my shoulder area. And it was kind of up here, but kind of down here. And I just kept rocking her back and forth and talking with her, and she finally came out and told me that there was this entity. That's not how she described it. And when I realized they were under attack, it took everything in me not to go and leave. I had a child. I was in the physical. I didn't know at that time that I could be at literally 5 places at once in higher consciousness. Yeah, I don't know how many are in chat. I haven't been paying attention, but there's 11 watching. So there's quite a few of you in chat, but not 11 in chat. So anyway, and she I mean, she could tell I wanted. She could tell by her own energy that part of me was starting to. And she's like, "No, don't go. It's too bad, Nick. It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. He's too dangerous. He's too dangerous." She would not let up, and I'm like, "I'm not going anywhere." But I need to be able. Yeah, Susie B, I'm biting my nails, honey. Let me tell you, this took a little over an hour. For this whole situation from beginning to end. I was not okay. I'm grandma to this little girl. And I had family around me at the time that I didn't even realize were here. They were all like way up above, kind of circling, protecting us. And yet I could feel them, but I couldn't see them. She was so scared. I will never, you never forget how scared a child is, not just by their behavior, but by their energy. And not only, she was not in the physical, man. She was in her astral self. Her physical body was asleep in her bed. And here she is, which meant that her physical body was at risk, which meant to me her soul was at risk, even though I had a hold of her soul, literally had a hold of her soul. And she finally let go of me enough to where I could hold on to her with one hand and rub her back. I didn't have to rock her anymore. I got to, and I was consciously trying to connect with my friend, and I was in such a worry about her sibling. I was concerned about my friend and his soul. I was concerned. I was like, my God. And so I contacted somebody that I knew, that I trusted. A couple of people in here know who that is. I'm not going to say that person's name. And I said, I need help. I can't do what I need to do. And here's the little one, and she's not able to read yet. Thankfully, at that given moment in time, she was in the process of trying to translate letters and words and stuff like that. She wasn't fully capable. things, and she was too emotional. It just wouldn't have taken place and happened. And thankfully, I managed to get somebody on my cell phone on a video call, described to them what had taken place, and they described the little girl to me because they could see her. And they went and helped my friend. Stupid bra. Hang on, sorry. Is this because the tits are so big? Ugh, they become a problem. Anyway, and so somebody's laughing. I can hear him. Somebody's over here laughing. And so that friend, the physical alive friend, went and helped the deceased friend. And they had a situation on their hands. And I got, play-by-play by my physical friend. And while they tag teamed each other. So while the physical friend was in Astral, my spirit friend came and was updating me as to exactly what had taken place, because here this little girl, she's describing what she, in her concept of what she knows and what she understands. Excuse me. And yeah, that's what I was getting, Black Dragon, near a tree or somewhere around the outside of it. Yeah, anyway, in the garden, but in kind of like by a tree. But anyway, so here she is. She doesn't have a death grip on me, but her grip is still very snug. I'm not going nowhere. And my friend in the physical, but in astral at my granddaughter's, he's taking care of the situation there and knowing exactly, and yet he's talking to me, and I'm like, okay, so hang on 1 second. If you can hang on, I need to finish having a conversation with this one, the soul that had, and he's like, yeah, do what you need to do and then get back to me. And I was like, and it happened like within less than 30 seconds. And I got all the update, all the information. And the next thing, and he went back, and the two of them, I mean, they didn't just tag team each other. They were like, oh, this sucker's gone. And they knew exactly what to do. Matter of fact, it ain't no more. It tried the entity tried to take off through the bedroom window, and it became this gigantic. And the combination of the living person in astral form combined with the soul who was crossed over and had come back, the two of them, that entity is no more. But because of that situation, that is how I learned that there are beings that are not a succubus, that are not a what's the male version? Oh my God, yeah. You got the female and the male version, and they're both in the same category, but they've got different. I can't think of what it's called. Anyway, incubus. Thank you. Yeah, incubus and succubus, and so basically, what ends up taking place is these specific beings were not an incubus or a succubus. However, they went after children. I didn't even know there was such a being. They literally feed off of the fear of children. They go after children. And I was like, what? Needless to say, after I had gotten some sleep and the situation was over, I'll tell you about that in a minute, but I had a conversation with God about that one. And then he got the hierarchies and other hierarchies involved, and I was like, you got to explain this to me. Wish I had that problem, Nikki. What? Talking. Derek, I can answer that in a little bit. Let me get done with this story. How can you enter a portal, then come out of it? Doesn't register with me. I can actually answer that one. I've been through a portal and been back out. So basically, because I had gotten very upset and I knew that I needed to rest and recuperate and then have a conversation because I was livid. And it took me some time to come down after that. Yeah, it's like, you don't touch my kids. You don't touch the kids that I consider my grandbabies, and you sure as F don't touch anybody else's kids. And the other side, these beings are in a category of their own. They're a form of an entity. I cannot classify them as demonic, but I can definitely classify them as evil. I didn't even know they were in existence. Boy, did I find out otherwise. They are very much in existence. And one of the ways that I found out that I got told was about putting up the cross sign, the plus sign, with a set of nails or whatever you have. It needs to be metal. That was the thing. It's got to be silver, or iron. And the only thing I had at that given moment in time was because they literally come right through the windows. They don't come through the walls, which is weird. I don't understand that. There's something about the materials in walls, and it's very possible it could be the electrical wire, which has metal in it. But they come right through the fucking windows and doors. And so this is what I found out. And if you put two nails in the shape of a cross or in the shape of a plus sign and wire them together and then wire those up, you do not get those specific kinds of beings, that category classification of beings coming through the windows. Now, unfortunately, it just dawned on me, I haven't put it on my, I have not put it on my, above my, come on, Nikki, fireplace, on the wall of where my fireplace is, because they can come through stone like it's nothing. However, they can't come through the walls if there's electrical wires, and that's what I think. I've never heard of them coming through the walls, and I believe it's solely because of the electrical wires, the tubing. Well, the white electrical wire. So that's it, wrapped up in the plastic, whatever. Anyway, so there's that. Now, how my friend, so here I've got the little girl, I'm rocking her back and forth. I've got my friend on a video call. At first we were texting, and then we were dealing with the other side. The two of us were back and forth, and my loved one on the other side made and he did it. I don't even know how he did it, but he made a telepathic connection to me. I have no idea how he did it, but he did it in such a way to where I had him talking in my head, and I had my friend, my living friend, on the phone on a video call. And so I'm getting mixed from him, and then I'm starting to rock her back and forth because she's getting into a comfortable state to where she's starting to relax enough where she's getting sleepy. She started to feel safe because she knew that all of this was being taken care of. It really made a big difference. And there is. I will say this. If you have a religion, and anybody in chat, please don't get in with me about this. This is something that I have learned in my time dealing with this. You can classify it whatever way you want, but this is what I know. I don't care what religion you are. I don't care if you are an atheist, if you're a Christian, if you're Jewish, if you're Muslim, if you're in Wicca, if you're whatever. Across the board, this is what I know. To stop these specific beings, the cross symbol works. You do not even have to believe in the cross symbol. Okay? I know that is going to get people pissed. I don't care. The fact that the symbol, there's something about that symbol. The plus sign, the cross sign. Make it as close to the cross sign as you possibly can. Hang it up over and if you've got a big window, put 2 or 3 over them. Doesn't take much. Those things don't cost much. They're nails, for Pete's sake. You can get a packet of nails for $3. You could make many of them and put them over every single door and window. And because I had my grandkids in and out of here all the time, they're over every door and over every window. I didn't have any more problems with that kind of stuff after that. None of it. So that was the wee morning hours. By that night, 12 hours later, they were up over my doors and windows. Had no more issues. Made them for her family. They had no more issues. It was a hell of a learning experience. Black Dragon, the cross is used in so many religions, they aren't pertaining to Christ. It pertains, I just know this, it works. And what I was told from those in the know on the other side is that it stops them cold and it pisses them off. So it is something that works, whether you believe it or not. I believe it. I've seen Jesus. I had a lifetime near his lifetime. I remember bits, very tiny bits and pieces of things that I heard. So I knew he was a real person. There are people on this planet living now that are like, oh, he wasn't real. There's no proof. I'm like, whatever. I know from my own experience, he was a real individual. He was a real living human being. And the fact that he came and got me that one time a couple years ago, Black Dragon, Nikki, the cross has been a symbol of protection in many religions and beliefs. Yeah. And that's all you really needed to know, is that it works. You bet. So, but I was so shocked by so many things that night, guys. the fact that this terrified, and it's something I will always remember. The amount of terror, her screaming my name, the amount, I mean, I heard her coming before she was even in my living room. I'm standing up. That's the only reason why she was able to grab onto me while I was standing up, because I heard her from a distance. And I was like, why is somebody's... I didn't even recognize that it was her because she was screaming in such a way. I mean, it was out of sheer terror. And her voice hit a pitch that I didn't even recognize. And so by the time I'm standing up, I literally, I think I had taken I was in the process of taking my second step. And that was when she just whoosh, and I was like, whoa, it was probably a very good thing that I had one foot forward and one foot backwards, because I think if I hadn't, I think she would have literally knocked me off my feet, because she came at me with such speed. It just really... and her sibling was fine. Slept right through the whole situation. He was always a lot older than she was, but still didn't have a clue as to what went on the night before. Not a remote clue. Taught and trained mama and children different things, and I was so proud of her. I was so proud of her for coming to me. I mean, for a child to know that they could come to an adult who would be safe for them in their astral form. I couldn't think of what it was called. That's because I'm getting tired. In their astral form, I mean, come on. That is a huge deal, folks. Beth, I need a cross, but honestly can't afford one. No, actually, they're not sovereign. Okay, Beth, I'm going to tell you something. If you can afford $3 for a paddle of wire, if you can get your hands on a paddle of wire or on 2 nails and snag by asking somebody that has a piece of wire, or you could even use hot glue, cut the ends off the nails, create your own necklace out of whatever you want. There's all kinds of things you can make it out of. And you can hide, you can crochet, you can do wire wrapping if that's your thing. Oh, that's a great idea, Ange. There are many different things that you can do. There for a while, I used to do something similar, because I literally could not financially do it. I get it. Then I got to the point to where there's one over my front door. I had to think of what it was called. There's one over my front door that's made out of clay, but it has wire wrapped all the way around it, because I got a $3 paddle of wire. and literally made different designs and made it look pretty and all of that. So there are numerous different, and it's baked clay is basically what it is. And so because somebody had given me like Fimo clay and that kind of stuff, and I, as a gift, it was a Christmas gift one year, and I hadn't used it yet. So I took the Fimo clay and I did that. Here's the other thing. You can take a, God, I got a brain fart going on. Plastic, thin, super thin plastic. Yeah, you can even use copper, but it does need to be metal. It really should be either silver or not lead. What the hell? Iron. Not nickel, not anything like that. Copper is a good one, but it's better if you're using silver or iron. And silver, you can get silver coated wire. That's what I used at one point when I first did it, for my front door, and it still worked. Although it doesn't stop a true demon. It doesn't stop the wannabes, and it doesn't stop a true demon. That's what I found out. But it does stop the ones that feed. And especially stops the ones that feed on children's fear. I'm not going to describe the being. They're what I would call a creepy crawly. I will say that their energy is dark gray to black. And they morph. I will say that. So they can take on any shape, but they do not present a face. They present an image, or a 3D image, or a 2D image. So yeah, they get very interesting, to say the least. Yeah, that's the other thing. If you've got electrical wire, you can use electrical wire because you can shape it. Excuse me. So, yeah, sometimes I get that, but I've got it pretty good the last few days after. So anyway, I love that, Ange. I use olive oil over my windows in the sign of a cross in Jesus' name. Psalms 91 before I sleep. I love that, Ange. I think that's fantastic. I've got a girlfriend who she does that over every door and every window. It's been a long time since I've heard it, though. A very long time. So I'm really glad you put that in chat. Thank you. The other thing I used to do is I used to make crosses out of crochet. And I used to finger crochet, where you literally have a loop and then pull it forward and then open this up and pull more forward. Excuse me. And then you just tighten all of that up and you put it on a piece. You put wire through it, and the wire is I've even been known to take utensils. You can do it with a utensil. Now this is a fingernail utensil, but a fingernail tool. But you can do it with spoons. You can take old spoons and do that. Hot glue old spoons together and then cut the ends and then get a file, and you can use that as a necklace. I've known people to do that. I've known people to take paper clips and turn them into that and use that as a necklace, and then later on add gemstones and things. It's a really kitschy, nice thing to do when you don't have money and you need something. That works as well. I haven't seen chat. Black Dragon, you can put silver and iron fillings in earthquake. Yeah, you can. Right, my ears starting to itch now. In fairy folklore, changelings are. Yeah, they can do that. It's not always the case, but they can do that. Sapphire. Beth, these are great ideas. Thank you. Yeah, you're very welcome, sweetie. I mean, seriously, I have had. Okay, here's another one. You can take a can, a soup can. I had a girlfriend that was living with me at the time, a roommate. She made a beautiful candle holder for me for Christmas out of a soup can. Very creative. It was not done like some folks would think it would be done. If you have a pair of wire cutters or wire snips, you can actually do that with a soup can. And hell, you can even make a, if you've got a pair of tin snips is what they're called. Wire snips, not tin snips. Yeah, not wire snips, tin snips. That's what you need. If you've got that and a hammer and a file, you can actually cut a soup can and hammer it open flat. Use a use a Sharpie and draw an outline, small, however size, whatever size you want, and you can cut out cut it out, and then you need to use a metal file to file it smooth so that you do not cut your skin. Or you can wrap that metal in a piece of fabric. You can hot glue fabric onto it, or just glue, use Elmer's glue or whatever glue, a piece of fabric onto it, put a hole at the top, and you can use that. You could glue, that's a tool I frequently use. Yeah, see, that's my point. There's all kinds of ways. I assume you're going to bed, Ange? Oh, got it. I get it now. Never mind. So yeah, sorry, I was doing this force of habit when I've got one of those in my hands. So yeah, that's you can do that, and E6000 for that. See, there you go. I know what that is. Folklore of stuff like anthropology. Yeah, that's a good point, Sapphire. So yeah, I mean, there are ways to go about making things that don't have to be expensive. Oh, stay away from aluminum. I have horror stories to tell you about aluminum. So stay away from aluminum as a metal if you're going to be doing this. The soup cans work wonders. Even a soup can lid, you can use that. You can do the same kind of, but the can itself, the lids are a bit different, but the can itself, those, it's an idea. And you can If you've got not a knife, hole punch, awl, or a screwdriver, you can hammer a hole a couple of times in there, but that also will need to be sanded down. So there are things that you can do. You can get really crafty, really creative, and create a lot of different things by doing that, especially if you've got craft knowledge. Oh my God, there's so many things that you could do with that. Here's another one. If you've got resin, I would not wear resin against my skin because of the toxic chemicals. However, you can put a piece of felt on the back of it. After do your you can make it a resin pour and make a design on the inside of it, and have that metal piece on display in the back. Some kind of something for the front, and pour some resin in it, and there's your design. Just hammering and beating. Okay. And on the very back of it, put if you got resin touching the edges of it, so you're not getting that toxic resin on you, and soaking into your skin. I was wondering what the hell that was. It could have been a motorbike. These headphones are pretty damn good. But anyway, and put a piece of felt on the back of it. That way you've got fabric up against your skin, and it's going to be thick enough to last. There you go. Polytheist. Yeah, that's a great idea. Handcrafts are better than buying handcrafts. You can add your own energy to it. Yes, you can. You can add it to the metal. You can add it to the mold. However you choose to do this. I mean, there are so many ways that you can go about doing this. Yeah. I don't know about that. I was a Roman at one time. I went 2 lifetimes, excuse me. Roman soldier in 2 lifetimes. It was not fun. Keith does a better description. Keith Andrews does a much better description than I do by far. But yeah. So anyway, okay, there was a question somebody had asked, and I said I'd get to it after. Sovereign, believe it or not, believe this or not, but I know for a fact some Sasquatches use symbols. Yes, they do. 2 sheds out back. Ooh, Derek, that's not good. Okay, burying your leg. Derek, how can you enter a portal then come out of it? Doesn't register with me. Okay, so Derek, in answer, I knew I'd eventually find it. Derek, in answer to your question, if you are the one that can open the portal, then you can close it and you can reopen it again. It is about concentration. It is about frequency, energy, all of that revolves around your own abilities. If somebody else opened it, they have control. Oh, stop it, stop. You're growling at me. Knock it off. They have control over it. You humans can open portals. They can even open a vortex. Own physical core energy. So, we are at 4 hours and 29. I need to use the bathroom. I will be right back, and I am going to leave this up, and I won't be on much longer after that, though, because we're 4 hours and 30 minutes in. So I will be right back, guys. And we've hit a lot of topics tonight. A lot of topics. So if you have any more questions, leave them in chat, okay? Let there be lights. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. Oops. Oopsie doopsie doo. Okay, stop. Dragons are underground most of the time. They use owls to spy for them. No. I know dragons on other planets, dear boy. European legend homelands, Mongolian steppe, along with Mary. First dragon myth, yep. History. You use 2 mirrors in the closet. Oh, yes. Been down that road. Here we go, wonky. That's all right. Google Earth, you can see dragon to eat fish. All right. Ouch. Oh. Good night, Ange. Stay safe. You too. And thank you for coming. And I'm glad we got to see each other. That was cool. So, and I'm doing better. Get some sleep, dear. Well, the rage kicked in and then kicked back out. So, yeah, we're doing better. I'm doing better. So, anyway. Sweet dreams, dear. Okay, guys, I've got to have something. So I'm going to have a bit of a banana here. Somebody's come back in. Hello. Whoever's come in and gone out. Yes. God, summer. Cracks me up. Anyway, okay, there we go. It's been another long one. Okay, let's finish up with any questions that you guys have, and then I really will need to go. Anybody with about the dragons, though, I do want to comment a little bit more on that. There are a number of planets with dragons on them. And some dragons are not what we think of them as. And they're not the draconians, which are very different than the dragons. Very different. Cup of tea and chalky biscuit time. Right on. Oh man, you've got some good treats in Australia. I am telling you. Man. Seraphim actually means winged serpent. Yeah, something to that effect. If I remember correctly. It's been a while. Hang on one second, guys. Okay, so that takes care of that 35 minutes, fortunately. Okay. Don't need that, or that. Okay, so I'm back. There's just times when you've been going for 4.5 hours, you've got to have a potty break. You got to get a snack. Hides behind Beth. Why are you hiding behind Beth? Okay, hang on a minute. What did I miss? Look up Dragon Gate. Oh, hey, did you know that there is a piece of property that I was on called Dragon's Gate? Dragon's Gate Gardens or something like that. It's a pretty fascinating place, and let me tell you, they've got some of the original. They're looking for more. Some of the original Atlantean spheres, pieces of what was left of the Atlantean spheres. It's not a joke. I've seen them. I've seen one of them. It was 3 feet tall. Extremely sharp. Damn thing broke in half. And it talked to me. I could tell you stories. I don't think we've got enough time. And I don't know if I've got it in me to tell another story like that, because it's a long one. But that piece of property has all different kinds of fae on it. Oh my God. And they were absolutely wonderful to me. The fae, oh my God. Fairies and wood nymphs, and also, well, all except for one group. There was one group that was not so nice. The rest of them were sweet as pie to me. Probably, from what I've been told, because of the fact that in one of my lifetimes I was fae royalty. No joke. It's weird because I don't remember it, but I feel it every time I'm with them. They are family. It's like being with the Sasquatch. Anytime I'm with Sasquatch, that has their original abilities, I'm home. And I told them so. And they've actually told me, welcome home. I've had the Fae royalty tell me that too. You are one of our past royalties. And I was like, huh? I mean, it totally blew me out of the water, off the walls, off the rails, whatever you want to call it. It just stunned me, no end. To be told that I was Fae royalty, I was like, me? Are you nuts? And that's why I got protected. That's it just totally. It's like you're full of shit. You don't tell a hierarchy they're full of shit. I did. Big no. You don't ever do that. I will never do it again. Let me tell you. Woo, did I get into trouble? It was my one and only time. Ever. Oh, man. That doesn't surprise me that you got Puckwugies there. Just be glad you don't have Wendigos. Ooh, you do. Somebody just said you do. They're not in her area. Okay. Farther out. Okay. Wow. Holy crap, girl. That's a big deal. Holy crap. Needs to get my Facebook out to look up Puckwugies again. Yeah. They're like a red cat. Batty ones. Yes, Sovereign, I know. You can probably hear the crunch, crunch, crunch because I'm eating. It's really spicy. It's pieces of ginger. I've got a spicy mouth right now. And enemies of this elf of Ironcraft. Oh, I love Ironcraft. I mean, if I could do, I always wanted to do that. Put on a great big mask and put on the gear and make something out of metal. Excuse me. It's my fault for snacks. I know. Don't worry about it. They look like little old people with hunched backs. Yes, Beth, they do. One is in the house and loving it, shaking my head. As long as he's good to you, because they do have a bit of a temper. Ooh, why did that taste weird? Something not right. Something's not right. My stuff is going off. Um, I'm tasting. Hang on a minute. No, it's not the soap. Okay, who the fuck is here? My God, I can fucking taste you. Who the hell is? Oh, you're female. God. Wow. Wow. No, you're not female. I take it back. Wow. Wow. It's like all my taste buds in my mouth. Do you know you've got on the sides of your cheeks? You've got they're not taste buds, but they're taste something. I don't know what they're called, but it's like you can. Wow. Oh my God. You are female. You're here for somebody in chat. I can taste it's either soap or perfume. It's not Jean Tay. I know this. It, God, my nose, but my sense of smell must be off because I'm tasting it. It's like my throat is trying to swallow it. Oh my God. Yeah, but it's kind of like a combination between an old soap from like the 70s or 80s, early 80s. She's female. I think she died in her 80s. Who the hell no, it's not Irish Spring soap. I know what that tastes like. I know what that tastes like. I know what that smells like. No, it's not that. God. It's not Jean Nate. What the hell is this? I know this. It's a scent I know. It's not Dove. Sorry. Ugh. It's like I'm trying to get the scent off of my tongue. Ugh. Yeah. Well, it's not quite lilac. Well, yeah, actually, it's more like soap. Lilac soap? Mmm. No, not that. I know what that smells like. That stuff screws up my sinuses every time. Hang on a minute. I've got sweet orange here. I've got to. Oh. 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 It's a combination like of lilac and oh, it's not lavender. But you're right, like, and it's not quite peony, but it's in that range between lilac, peony, and ah, it's almost like a butterfly bush that has a scent to it, or a you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of lilacs. It reminds me of a butterfly bush. It reminds me, but most butterfly bushes don't have scent, but this one does. It's like a pink. Or a combination of those with it's not gardenia. Wow. Lady, you're gonna give me a headache. Um, yeah, see, I heard a yes. Wow. It's like, okay, what it reminds Beth, what it reminds me of being in somebody's 1970s bathroom with all, and not quite a rose colored um, sink, but it's real close to that. Not yellow, but like rose colored, not green, not red, but it's like rose colored. And I'm washing my hands with, and it's a rose soap. It looks like a rose, but it has this scent in it. Beth says, I miss you and I love you, Graham. Now I'm getting talked to very politely. I know I can read it. Yes, ma'am. And I don't say ma'am very often. That's a sensation I get. Be respectful. Wow. Salmon, yes. Daphne, yes. Yeah, kind of that pink. Wow. Woo. Oh, thank you. You lightened up. Oh, I appreciate that. She just wanted you to know she's with you. That was intense. Wow. Wow. Oh, literally. Okay, I gotta write this down. Hang on a minute. Um, Rose-colored sink. Rose soap. Wow, I'm having a perfume overload. The residual, it's all it. Wow, it's like it's affecting the inner. Wow, it's like I was just in a perfumery, like in a perfume store. I'm being shown a bottle, very old-fashioned perfume bottle. Hang on a minute. Trying to figure out stuff. Sort of dragon, not really. It's a white bottle. It had concave. It's white. It's perfume bottle. Okay, perfume bottle was it was white. It was not much bigger than this 2-ounce bottle of paint. It was a bit smaller. It was more like that big. And yes, milk glass. That's what I'm seeing. Yes. Um, and it's concave, and it has these ridges that. Hang on a minute. If you look at it from above, that's what it looks like from above. If you're looking at it, and here is. Hang on a minute. That's the lid. This shape is the milk glass, and it's white. Yeah. Um, good. Okay. You know what it is. Why am I being asked, did you get rid of it? I don't know why I'm being asked that. She would know if you got rid of it or not. That makes no sense to me. Okay, whatever. Oh. I've had experiences like that. Quote unquote, oh my God. Quote and quote. It's for you. I don't know why. She knows why. Literally. That bottle was willed to you? That specific bottle was willed to you? She literally just said, God, and I've never done this. I have never done this, Beth. She literally just said, show her this video. Clip. Show her the clip between the time slot and the time slot. She wants you to have this. This is really important to her. I do not know why. It's not my business. I've never once had a spirit. What is with her hand on her hip and her tapping her toe? Wow. And she's like in a little pair of heels. It's not even, I wouldn't even classify it as heels, but it's a very specific kind of shoe. This is a really specific kind of shoe. What is with her tapping her toes? Toe. It's her right foot. She's tapping her toes, her big toe. And on the hip is disappearing. Well, I know this, she's not happy. She wants you to have that bottle. I don't know what there is about that bottle, but the hand on the hip is gone, but she got that toe tapping, man. I've never had a spirit do that. I've never had a spirit do that. I'm sorry. I think you could blow me over with a feather right now. I'm a little on the shock side. Okay. She literally just put her left hand on my right shoulder, and it's like going across my back going, it's okay. She knows. She's got it. She understands. Got it. That's my phrase. But she understands. The toes tapping, calming down. The tapping of the toe is calming down. She's going. She's around you. You want me to tell her this? Wants you to okay, what I wrote earlier? Okay. Wants you to know she's there, watching over you, protecting you, on something about on the property. Something is trying to come through, and she's not letting it. You've seen her do the thing with her arm and her toe? Yeah, actually, I thought it was going to get a little bit more than the toe tapping because, I mean, I don't think I've seen a toe tap quite like that before. It was pretty specific, man. My grandmother didn't even tap her toe. The woman had dexterity, and I know she's a spirit. You did something in a past life, and it's not despise, it's dislike. There's a difference between despise and dislike. Amy, regarding Amy. You're both. You're thanking her. She's thanking me. You're both welcome. Wow. Yes. She had a wicked tap. Holy crap. And what the hell is with the shoe? I keep seeing a very specific heel on that shoe. It's like it's not a square, and it oh God, how do I describe it? I don't even know if I can draw it. I'll see if I can draw it. Toe tapping time was time to. She wants your sister to see this. She made that abundantly clear. I was like, yes, ma'am. That's what I got. That's why I'm doing the ma'am, because I got the impression she's a mammer. You ma'am her. Don't say her name. It's a yes, ma'am. I like her. Wow, was she intense though? Oh, the perfume. Wow. It's like I had eaten it with the bite. I am curious about this. It's almost square and very yes, very low. It's like maybe. Okay, I got it. Hang on a minute. That's what I keep seeing. It's not even okay. Wait a minute. It's maybe 1 inch of a heel. Maybe. Excuse me. Yeah, that's 1 inch. So from here to there, that's 1 inch. That's essentially. Oh, she knows that you love her. She knows. Um, no. She knows you love her. Um, it's like when I bit into that piece of ginger, it was like her perfume was right in my mouth. All I got, Amy, was that they it's not despise, but it's whatever word dislike. It's dislike versus despise. Despise is a different ballgame. And it's a different lifetime. There's something about a different lifetime. That's all I know. Ooh. Okay, something's hitting me. Okay, hang on a minute. Ha 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 ha. If you are truly doing this again, you better stop. And you better run. Excuse me 1 second.